I'm guessing since it's in May, they are not doing a CFP. What's up, Krasner? How you doing? Nope. Oh, Grafana's hiring. I always like to look, just because I know people here in chat. There are definitely people looking for jobs. They are looking for developer advocates. But they're looking for a different time zone. That one was for me. I'm just looking. I'm not actually looking. I just find it interesting. But, yeah, it does look like they're mainly hiring internationally. Like, if we just select a location. What's up, Matisse Tech? How you doing? So yeah, senior front-end engineer. Space Case, yeah, out there. I would definitely say check out Grafana. It's an awesome piece of product. Yeah, staff is tough. Staff becomes really tough. But yeah, right? Like Grafana itself, the databases team, like, you know, the R&D department. I think solutions engineering could even be kind of fun, but you're going to be like working with customers a lot with that stuff. You realized you forgot to eat today. Oh, I did that the other night. Now, granted, I had eaten an entire bag of potato chips, so yeah, I still got 1,200 calories that way. But I didn't actually eat a meal on Thursday, which isn't good. I did lose 4 pounds. I think that was just the dehydration. Because, yeah, 4 pounds in one day, that's got to be water weight. There's no way that was fat weight. Yeah, see, there's calories in booze. But okay, so everyone joining from the raid, let me explain what we're doing, especially for anyone just getting here who hasn't seen what we're working on. I am building out a... And man, yeah, we got a few tabs here. Yeah, but localhost 3000, right? You too can get one of these neck gaiters. Right now, what we're doing is we are setting up a Next.js like e-commerce store using Next Commerce because there is a company, Highlight.io, that is looking for just like a quick video about setting up OpenTelemetry with Next.js, right? Like a practical use case. I actually do plan on launching these things. I think some of the pricing is tough. Like, I basically make $5 on any of these. Right? Stickers, those I already have, so they're $3. But yeah, I'm only making $5 on these. So yeah, fourth wall's a bit expensive. But it's definitely stuff where I don't want to pay to screen print and make all these things myself. Because that bulk cost, and then like where I store it, and then shipping and all that junk becomes a pain in the ass. But I do like this. We're going to take a higher res photo, but this is just like a placeholder. But I would say fourth wall is pretty cool. But yeah, what we're doing is our next step for today is Boom, to do, add a trace event for redirecting to the cart checkout. I know, right? Like, dude, yeah, I would at least buy one for myself so I can go snowboarding with it. Like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna do this. You can even, like, dude, they have bikinis. So we could sell a CM Griffin bikini. Where maybe like the O face. Right? That is on the bikini. It'd be so good. Ooh, my eyes on each. That would be good too. Oh, the eyes would be good. That's not a bad one. Oh, you're a genius for that one. You're a genius for that one. So yeah, we're gonna have some good like joke swag, cause why not? And I actually really want this hoodie, right? I just need to like upres the photo. So yeah, I'll have to do some AI like upresing. But yeah, I really like this hoodie. I'm gonna do like the inverse too, where like the pocket and maybe the sleeves and hood are like the cow and the grass. I don't know. We'll have to fiddle with it, but we're not gonna be doing that stuff right now. This is just tea. Yeah, so trying to cut down on the booze a bit. We definitely have days where we still overdo it, but you know, it's the goal. So yeah, it's just Earl Grey tea, 2 tea bags. I just keep pouring cold water over top, and we call it good. We'll have a whiskey later, maybe two, but yeah, trying to cut down. So yeah, this custom trace event. 1 or 12 later as well. Yes, exactly. That's just science. Yeah. I basically used Earl Grey tea to cut down on Red Bull. Like I used to be drinking a Red Bull or two every day. I've cut down on that massively. Like I don't drink any Red Bull or Monster or any of that anymore. I'll have a Red Bull now when I actually like need it, which I think is just more valuable. Instead of like needing the caffeine, now it's just nice. And really like there's not much caffeine in the tea, but it's enough to keep from getting headaches. And there are some days where I don't even need it. Like I don't even drink any caffeine. So yeah, just cutting down on some of that stuff I think is definitely worthwhile. But here's what we want to do. How do we create a custom like event? So open telemetry JS SDK. Let's do Node SDK. Yeah, so I don't drink coffee at all. After you puck out? After you vomited? Okay. Yeah, that one's weird. Yeah, I've definitely never had that problem. And I used to get free rock stars, like back when I was snowboarding. I never got a paycheck, but I would get like 6 cases every 2 months. Yeah, that was a good time. The bummer is that like they'd give me like 2 cases of the regular stuff and then 4 cases of like the weird flavors that they're hawking, and most of them had fake sugar. And I don't do fake sugar, so basically it was actually kind of good because the fake sugar ones I'd just give away to people, like at the mountain. That was actually kind of nice. And then the ones with real sugar, those were mine. No, not even stevia. This was sucralose. Sucralose gives me headaches. Aspartame like messes with my stomach, and stevia just tastes weird. Oh, Zeg, yeah, 4 Red Bulls is insane. No, no, no. That's like heart issue shit. Stevia gives you the runs? Oh, I haven't had that problem. Again, I avoid them anyway, so yeah, I don't do fake sugar. Unless you count corn syrup. I'm okay with corn syrup. So yeah, open telemetry, node SDK. I don't think I want to create a span. Maybe it is a span. So they require you to use DD trace. Okay, maybe this was the right doc. So no, that is not the right doc. So yeah, .NET supports it. Okay, so I need to get the current tracer, and that was actually in this doc. I don't know if that's actually it. Get active span. Okay, so what we'd want to do then is something like this. So let span equal. If no span, so this is definitely a server side thing, right? Yeah, the combo counter is power mode. Not sure if this is the best way to do this. And yeah, I'd want to like double check with Vadim and Jay from Highlight because they know way more about Next than I do. And ooh, I missed some follows, didn't I? I missed a bunch. So Fashion King, Caventi, and DT Code. Thank you all for those follows. Appreciate you. All right, so right, our server is running. Right, the endpoint is there. We're passing that data. right? This should be empty. Cool. So then we go and launch our store. What's up, Douglas? We are currently listening to this album from Bandcamp. And yeah, just can't send it to YouTube because they're really aggressive about like copyright. So it's just not even worth dealing with. Yeah. But it's a great album. We're currently on track number 6. All right, so let's say we add that to our cart. We got those 2 things calculated at checkout. You sorted the code block thing? Good work. We proceed to checkout. We're actually like checking a couple different boxes, Frank. So basically, Highlight.io wants a video about practical, like wiring up Next.js in a practical way for OpenTelemetry. And if you're unaware, I did a video for them, I don't know, maybe last year? That got 23,000 views 7 months ago. We also did the Next.js with OpenTelemetry, and that got 3,000. And both of those are massively more popular than any other video they've ever done. Technically, the 3K isn't that big of a deal. But yeah, like 23K, that is my most popular video ever made, and it's not even on my own channel. Yeah, damn right. Yeah, someone was telling me it's the first result in Google when you're looking for a video. I think it depends on if you're logged in or not and other things, but yeah, I'm still proud of it. Pretty cool. But they also want another video now about like a practical use case for instrumenting Next.js. Not sure what the title will be. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. But basically, we're checking the box of doing our own custom span. We set up Next Commerce, which is a Next.js like boilerplate. So I don't have to build like a Next.js app from scratch. We can just wire that up. And yeah, you can see some of our swag. Hold on, where is it? Right? Like, pretty good. If we look at all of it, some of these are hilarious. That neck gaiter looks amazing. Now you understand why I'm shaking my head, because the music's just that good, Douglas. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we're going to have some good fun products on there. Also, I'll sell my stickers, and I want to get beanies up there. Beanies is actually like the main thing I want to sell. And no, I don't trust Fourth Wall's beanies, right? They're not going to be nearly as good as this, like, you know, Neff-style knit. But there are companies that sell knits at a wholesale level. I just need to actually get, like, a wholesaler license for that stuff. So I'm slacking on that part. I just need to, like, register a new business for CM Griffing, like, you know, entertainment or something. CM Griffing and then entertainment in quotes. But yeah, beanies are my brand, which is why I would be very particular about doing the beanies right. So yeah, I just need to get a wholesaler license. I just need to register another business for my stream stuff. And then I can also write off, you know, like I've bought so much equipment for stream that I haven't actually written off in any way. And, you know, I make not a whole bunch of money from streaming, but Any money I do make is money I got to pay taxes on, unless I'm spending that money to reinvest into stream, which I can totally do. Like, there's stuff I want to buy for stream, man. And CM Griffing Entertainment would be more than just streaming. I could do it for voice acting and, you know, some of that other stuff. Uh-huh. But, yeah. We're not a big fan of those comments. We don't want anyone accidentally running that. Nobody type that command into your terminal. It would be a bad idea. You would ruin your day. But let's go look at highlight and see. We don't see checkout. No, chat's not actual code. Come on. You're smarter than that. Yeah, so we don't get that trace. But we do get traces. It's fine. Just recognize your first comment, that sets the tone for how you get treated as a viewer. And that first comment wasn't a great comment. Yeah, I think we just actually want to end this span without the timeout. And let's just double check this. Let's restart the server just to be sure. Yeah, we don't see the redirect to checkout. That is the right name, isn't it? Let me get another album going real quick. CM Griffing Swag. Yep, that's the right name. Hmm. I feel like it should be in the trace somewhere. Right? These two are part of the same trace. Right? They're separate spans. Hold on. Yeah. Redirecting to checkout. Yeah, we don't get that. Shit. Hold on. It might not be under redirecting. No. Hmm. Let's double check some of the other open telemetry stuff I've done recently. Oh, excuse me. I don't think there's anywhere in here that I'm actually doing the get active span thing. Oh, hold on. Looks like we do it here in the main page. Maybe what I want to do is add an event instead of setting an attribute. And we can add attributes to the event. That might be the thing. Okay, so then if we restart here. Yeah, no worries, Agats. Yeah, have a good one. Hmm. Are we sure that this is actually happening? Yeah, we do see the span. For cell host is totally wrong. But whatever. All right, if we look at the trace ID, that was the 3D842. Okay, we do see 3D842. The span ID is the 034FF. So we know that's the current span. Hold on. So what if I do this, right? We add the attribute and the event. Like now I just want to see that adding the attribute is even working. Yeah, redirecting to checkout as an attribute looks like it's on that span now. Interesting. So we can't search by the span ID. Oh, all right. Yeah, so we are seeing that now. Ah, okay, so it was actually there. So we see it here in events. I don't see attributes, however. But that's not the end of the world. So we're getting that value. It's just not where we expected it, and I don't know how to search for it properly. So that might be... That might be something I need to figure out and check with them in a call. Event search. Yeah. Okay. That doesn't seem right. All right, so let's try this again. Maybe it's just annoying in the fact that it doesn't work that well with spaces. All right, so this part I'd have to figure out a little bit more. I like that part. So yeah, I just don't know enough about highlight. This is where, yeah, on our next call, I'd want to chat with them about it. So let me add that to notes. Let's see. So this, and we can just make this that. All right, so how do I query by event name? Doesn't seem to work. See action code for redirecting to checkout. And then yeah, I can't think of any other like spans that we'd want to do, but add to cart, remove from cart. Yeah, I think I'm going to call that good for now, right? We're not going to spend too much time like doing the product stuff. That's something I'll just do offline, right? Like getting higher res photos and actually setting the store up better. We may come back to it eventually when it's time to launch and do some better like styling, because right now we're just using like the default branding and styling from Next Commerce. But at the moment, I'd say we're pretty good. We're at least getting the value into highlight. I also want to ask them if all right, so yeah, those are my notes for the next time we chat about this stuff. And yeah, metrics? I don't know. Highlights the people that want to make this video. So I made some videos for them 7 months ago. Right? 7 months ago, one of the videos got 23,000 views. Not back then, but total since then. Right? 3,000 as well. So pretty cool. But yeah, like part of this is they want a practical Next.js integration kind of video. Right? So there's like an overview, like using Next.js with OpenTelemetry, but their main customer base is Next.js, so they want a video about that. And yeah, I got to make sure that I'm not like spending too much time on this that would take away from work. Like, I don't think any of this takes away from work anyway. So we're good because we're doing it here on the weekend. I don't do the editing during the week or any of that. Did I see a bump in my channels? No, not that I noticed. Because this isn't on my channel. This is on their channel. But at the end of the day, just being out there has value. Anyone that has seen these videos would then, you know, if they see me doing other stuff, it might be an option. I don't know. But yeah, I think we put enough time into like the initial research phase of this. I do still want to do a swag store, and we're gonna do all that. So yeah, the swag store we'll keep working on eventually, but I think for today there's other stuff we can do. So I got a quick fix I want to do for the domain name tool because the ASCII stuff is broken. We'll kick that off again. It could. Yeah, I mean, that's not the goal of it, so I'm not worried about that. But yeah, we'll do just a quick fix for the domain tool and then kick that off. And then once that's running, I want to look into what it's like to sip from the ATProto firehose, right? For blue sky stuff. You know, so if someone mentions CM Griffing, but they don't tag me, could I get notified? I don't know. I just want to see what that's like. Because we did do a submission to the ATProto conference that's happening like later this month here in Seattle. Haven't heard back, so not sure if I'll be accepted, but the fact that it's like 2 weeks away kind of hints that I should do a little bit of like effort into it just in case they do say, all right, sounds good, you're in. Oh shit. Like, oh no. All right, now I got some work to do. So yeah, I'd rather put in some of that work now, just in case. So let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And then, yeah, we're going to do some, a little bit of some bug fixing and then some ATProtos. Oh. And yeah, we'll change up the YouTube title here in a minute. Right? I just think the domain thing here is going to be so quick that it doesn't matter. All right, let's close a few of these VS Code windows. We will get back to Walter for sure, right? We got to launch it, and I want to use it for a bunch of the stuff that we'll be making here soon anyway. Do I think MCP hype is a psyop? I mean, calling it a psyop is definitely like a little much. It's marketing. It's fucking marketing. It was created by Anthropic. They wanted to corner the market for that stuff. Right? They get all the best SEO because of it. Like, it's marketing. That's all. Everything's marketing. Anything around LLMs is all pure hype and marketing. Once you understand that, you're good to go. I do think there's value to it. I wouldn't say it's pure hype or pure marketing, but having a common protocol for those things sounds kind of useful. But I don't know, man. Like, I take all of this new LLM hype bullshit with a grain of salt. I would say it's worth maybe looking into a bit, but it needs to like weigh into your capacity for how much you want to be an early adopter, right? Could you imagine if you went all in on RAG, right? No one's talking about RAG anymore. It's all MCP, right? So yeah, if you like early adoption, I'd say go for it. Start fiddling with it. Or you could just wait 6 months and see if it's still a thing. I don't think you actually lose out on anything waiting for some of this stuff to shake out. Because chasing the bright and shiny isn't a good idea, in my opinion. All right, so the bug that we're on right now. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Right? With anything like this, right? Like RSCs, right? For React had a bunch of hype, and now it's just some underlying tech where you don't really need to think about it that much. Who cares, right? Just build your applications. The underlying tech is actually not important. Understanding use server and use client is like the boundary of how much you need to care. That's it. Like, it's not a big deal. There is definitely something to a lot of people online trying to pretend to be experts about the new hotness because part of their ego is based around being like on the forefront. And keep in mind, like, this is not me trying to talk shit. There are people that their entire like content creation strategy is based around current events, right? It's based around hype. It's based around what everyone's talking about because that's how you get views on YouTube. That's the big problem, though, that a lot of developers see that their favorite YouTube personality is talking about this thing, so it's obviously the most important thing in the world. No. Right? Boring tech is stable tech. But boring tech doesn't get views. So there's a big difference there. Now, we need people making the hot new content, right? It's just not content I like to watch, but people need it, right? Someone needs to make a video explaining what MCP is because people are searching for it. There is absolute value to that stuff. I just think people misunderstand that when some hot new YouTube content drops from their favorite creator, it's not actually something they need to drop everything and become an expert in. All right, so the bug that we're working on right now. For some reason, we're getting non-A to Z characters in here, even though we have some stuff doing that. Exactly, Frank. Yeah. No, LLMs have value, right? But if you look at some of the loudest voices talking about that stuff, oh my God, your job's done. Well, is it true? No, but it gets clicks. So yeah, like the whole just social ecosystem requires sensationalism in the same way that news cycles require sensationalism. Bill Hicks made this joke in the 80s. War, famine, death, AIDS, homeless, recession, depression, war, famine, death, AIDS. That's all you see on the news these days. And then I look out my window. Where's this shit going on, man? Right? By 1993, AIDS will kill 50% of the world's population. I think Ted Turner's upset that he's not getting laid, so he runs to a typewriter and has CNN push that shit out. If I'm not getting laid, no one's getting laid. right? Like news has been sensationalist garbage forever. The medium with which we consume it has changed. That's it. Sure, that makes sense, their light speed, but stun turn isn't that complicated. Right? There's nothing novel about each implementation. There is nothing novel about a stun or a turn server. It's actually really boring tech. That's what I'm getting at, right? Like, yeah, AI is good at boring stuff. Sure. That's its job. Take the boring stuff away from us so we can actually solve problems. All right, so the translation thing. I feel like the Unidecode Plus is actually worse. So now I'm curious if we reset the DB. Will we be good to go? So pretty much what we want to do is look in db.json here. And the moment we see something that isn't an available domain, or like anything that doesn't have just ASCII characters, or not even ASCII, but like just A to Z, we can bail out. So we'll let that one go for a bit. Someone mentioned that there are heuristics or algorithms to analyze the pronounceability of a word. So algorithm word pronounceability. No, I'm not looking for how algorithm is pronounced. To understand some code? Yeah, sure. Like there are plenty of use cases for it. It's just not going to take your job, you know? Have I seen Spacetime DB? I remember hearing about it. I went and looked at it like briefly, and we'll just double check, Colton. I think their billing model is really weird. I think focusing on game dev is kind of smart. Because, yeah, it's about like real time stuff, right? Like player position, persistent state, whatever. I think this is another one of those things that's hyped up beyond its utility. Here we go. Ha! What? There's an NPM package? No way. That's awesome. Holy shit. Yeah, the pricing is really weird there, Colton. I wish it were more straightforward. Another random thing about algos and words, you find the old sentiment algos interesting and not sure why most big bots haven't used it. Yeah, not sure. See, I'm not looking for random. Yes, this is exactly what we're looking for. We'll add it. Problem is there's almost guaranteed no types for it. All right, let's double check this real quick. Yeah, so that Unidecode Plus seems massively broken. Meanwhile, like the original Unidecode just passed through twice seems pretty good. All right, so we're using an LLM for the pronounceability value. We don't have the rating values in here yet. But yeah, okay, so switching back to Unidecode was the move there. We've got 2,000 words to look up still. Yikes. Um, all right, get synonyms. Rate name. Excuse me. Man. All right, right, so we want to bring in pronounceable. Oop. Oh, we didn't actually install it yet. All right, it'll be in any, because there are no types for it. We'll try and add this. Yep, not there. It's pronounceable.score times 100. We could do .seal. I would say seal is probably a better option than floor. All right. So simple rate name versus rate name. And actually, let's just do that. Because then it just works. Let's double check the code where we're running that. And yeah, we'll kick that off. Oh. Oh, hold on. No. We got to stop it real quick. We're going to delete the database and run that from scratch again. Oh, interesting. Yeah, getting synonyms. We're still doing a log there. We should get rid of some of those logs, but it's not a big deal. All right, so then we webify the words. And we just let that run. So now we can start looking at another thing. And this is where we want to change the titles up. Sipping from the ATProto firehose. All right, that's our new title. And we'll do this as a new project. Let's go look at Blue Sky Docs. All right, so they have an official SDK. Oh, and their docs are in Go. And let's close a bunch of these. All right. ATProto firehose starter. All right, so let's double check this. All right, so the fire hose is basically an aggregated stream of all public data updates on the ATProto network. So things like Fire Sky, feed generators. What is Fire Sky, by the way? Cool. What the fuck? Hundreds of events per second. Yep. So there's an alternative streaming solution called Jetstream. It's simple JSON, reduced bandwidth and compression. An example project, Statosphere. And yeah, anyone here actually like messed with ATProto at all? I know Zayu was doing a bit of that on her stream at one point. All right, so Jetstream is not authenticated transfer. Yeah, not all deployment scenarios and use cases require verification. Yep. Yep, I'm okay with that. Okay, so this might be a good, quick, and easy way to do this. All right, so sync might be all we need. It would be nice to know what events are possible, right? Like, and that might be over here in these docs. I don't think it's going to be the HTTP reference. Hmm. Nope. Yeah, I'm not trying to write to the network in any way. I just want to read from it. So yeah, firehose is it. All right, so we'll make a new project. We'll just call it ATProto Sandbox. So then it's at ATProto sync, right? Yeah. I could just type it out. And I think, yeah, we can have a beverage. Pendleton is Canadian, right? Oh, bottled by Hood River Distillers, but it is a Canadian whiskey. So it's bottled here in the US, but it's whiskey from Canada. Nah, this is a good one. Yeah, Pendleton's not bad. I'm not usually a fan of blended whiskey, but with blended whiskey, they have the ability to like actually make it more consistently flavored, which doesn't make sense, but it kind of does. Because each like barrel is going to have its own like outliers, but if you're doing a blending, you're going to like coalesce along like a common like value. So it's about like bringing the outliers down with the rest of them, like or bringing them up as well. All right, so we got ATProto sync. Let's double check. All right, this is still hammering along, which I think is fine. Okay, so we'll pop this out to its own editor. Here it is. No, I don't do shots, and I can't drink Jaeger anymore. The majority of people who have ever been college aged will have at least one kind of alcohol that they just can't drink. I've got two. I can't drink Jaeger, and I can't drink rum. Due to just overdoing it. But yeah, I just can't do it. How about y'all? You got any specific alcohols that you just don't drink anymore? If you don't drink alcohol at all, maybe you're excluded from this. But yeah, people that have overdone bourbon can't drink bourbon anymore. Like, that definitely happens. I grew up during the Jaeger bomb like era. I think people still do Jaeger bombs, but it's not like the thing everyone drinks these days. But I don't know, maybe it's something that like college kids still do. I'm just not college aged, so I just don't know. Oh, 1 second, hold on. Not alcohol, but candied ginger makes you sick because of one time you were sick eating it. Interesting. I have never had candied ginger. And that reminds me, I don't think I have any ginger right now. I should definitely start adding a little bit of ginger back to my chow mein. I should definitely add some ginger to my pork kebab marinade. Good call. I need to get some ginger. All right, so if we look at their example code here. We're going to create a source folder. In that source folder, we're just going to create an index.ts. We need to add some stuff. So pnpm add TypeScript and tsx. Right. We added ATProto already. ATProto identity also needs to be added. We'll add a command. And yeah, Mountain Sages, thank you for the follow. I missed a few. So TJ, that was like 40 minutes ago. Can't ban Snowman. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Thank you for that sub. I hope you're still out there, Snowman. Appreciate that. Thank you for the Prime sub. Miko, thank you for the follow. Maybe it's Mike. I don't know. DVH, thank you as well, and Mountain Sages, thank you. So yeah, we're currently doing some ATProto stuff. That is the protocol that Blue Sky uses. I basically want to sip from their fire hose and understand, like if someone mentions a specific keyword. Should be a pretty straightforward thing. I would expect my very simple node server to get overloaded very quickly, but this is a good way to like fiddle with it and understand it more. And then from there, we may end up using a language that could keep up better. I'm technically thinking Elixir or Gleam would be a good option. It is just a WebSocket. Oh, yeah. But it's so much more than just a WebSocket, too, once we want to actually build something that could scale. So I already don't like it. ATProto sync doesn't seem to be giving us type safety like it should. Oh, and we already popped that open. So let's go look at the repo. That's fine. All right, so create here. We get event is create, record is repo record, CID is some unique ID. Where does repo record come from? That would be ATProto lexicon. This is actually kind of a mistake on their part. I have run into too many issues where like types and constants mixed into the same file end up being like not tree shaken properly. It does seem like a tooling problem, but it still seems like a problem. Okay, so repo record then becomes record string lex value. So repo record is really not that helpful. That's kind of a bummer. Well, little Timmy wants to sip from the fire hose. All right, top level await. Where do I have a top level await? Oh. All right, so this .ops.handle event is not a function because that just seems wrong. The tree shaking problem happened when we were trying to ship up Lambda instances because of how Architect does a Lambda per endpoint. We were getting some endpoints that were like 80 plus megabytes after shrinking them down. And it turns out that AWS SDK version 2 had some kind of like weird pollution. And it was that we were bringing enums in the same file that we were doing our types. And it was somehow bringing in like services for AWS that we weren't using. Like it was crazy. I don't remember the exact services and like code that was making it in there, but we saw that our bundle size was too big, and then we used a tool to analyze the bundle, and we were seeing that stuff was coming in where it shouldn't. And then it was actually kind of a process to figure out why. But we ended up figuring it out that, and I think technically this is due to enums, right? The enums were actually the issue. So maybe mixing types and functional code is not a problem. I still feel like there's like issues with tree shaking away the function code when you just wanted the type from it, though. But enums were actually the main culprit. And yeah, I mean, that's one of the main reasons why you should probably opt away from enums unless you absolutely need it. Right? You can actually just do like string literal types and it's better because those can be tree shaken away real easy. Like not even tree shaken, like stripped, like totally different. What is it? Jared Palmer? Something Palmer? It's not Robert Palmer. Good old blue-eyed soul. Not Robert Palmer, but TC39 Palmer? Rob. Oh, it might be Robert Palmer. But he grew up with Robert Palmer being famous, right? If you're not aware of who Robert Palmer is, might as well face it, you're addicted to love. Dude, he's super good. This guy. Yeah, Addicted to Love is his probably most famous song, but Simply Irresistible, Bad Case of Lovin' You. Like, dude, yeah, this guy's the man. Didn't Mean to Turn You On is super good, too. Damn it, are we about to go on a Robert Palmer kick? Sorry, YouTube, you won't be able to hear it, but, yeah. We're about to go on a Robert Palmer kick. This is I Didn't Mean to Turn You On. This one's a classic. Yeah, good old blue-eyed soul, man. Yeah, I'm willing to bet Rob Palmer got the Robert Palmer jokes way too much when he was younger. Right, it's like Michael Bolton from Office Space. Everything was fine until third grade when that no-talent ass clown started winning Grammys. Yeah, beware the bobs. Exactly. All right. But yeah, I forget like what I was talking about now. Shit. Oh, yeah. No, he was talking about erasable syntax only mode. Right? So basically, if you write your TypeScript in a way that you don't use enum, namespace, parameter properties, or import x equals, and also don't use the spaceship operator, then you're super good. So then TypeScript is really just JavaScript plus types. And he had another post recently related to that. Damn it. I thought it was more recent than that. Oh, and this event was great. Dude, this was super cool. Hey, there's Oliver. Hey! Ah, that was cool. Yeah, New Duck. We got to see him in there. That was awesome. You'll see him in the background. There he is. Yeah, there's Oliver. But yeah, hold on. Yeah, he must have done it as a comment or something. But basically, you get a massive performance increase when you don't have to do full, like, type checking as part of your build process, right? Like, if you do your type checking in one part of the process, you're pretty much good to go. And then you can just strip the types and ship stuff way quicker. Ooh, here we go. This is funky. I don't know if I've heard this song. This one's already sounding good, though. It's a bit quiet, though. God. Oh, I forgot this was even a way you could assert types. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know where his post was. I know I saw it somewhere. But yeah, basically you can get like a 70% performance increase by just stripping types rather than compiling types. Because they don't make it into the final output anyway, you can just remove them. So yeah, syntax-only TypeScript mode is the right way to write TypeScript these days. So yeah, handle event is not a function. We've got that function now. Let's look at it, right? The fact that we don't get type safety for this is really annoying. Like, what's the point of doing any of this, man? So yeah, no, they've got a type safety issue with their libraries. All right. So we see event account, event identity. So we don't care about the account stuff. Ah, shit. Filter collections. Get that out of here. That song was good. No, Larobi, you can just use string constants. So instead, if you're doing something like type almost an enum, you end up getting something like this is an enum, right? For in all intents and purposes, you can treat this like an enum, and then you have type foo, right? Bar almost an enum, and then const foo. Hold on. Const foo is equal to, right? And you still get type safety. So you're not sacrificing any maintainability by using string constants. All right, and TypeScript can autocomplete this stuff for you too, right? Right? This, or maybe is, right? Like all this stuff just works. And often you won't be doing this part manually anyway. But if we look at it, bar, right, we can see almost an enum. We do lose a little bit of the almost an enum. Like it should be showing us what the valid values are. But then you can go to definition and you can see this whole list too. Now, it does get tricky when you're starting to deal with things like HTTP status codes and some of that. I understand. That can be annoying. But there's still other ways to do that using, like you could do type client error is equal to, and then let's just say type not found error is equal to 404. Let's say type bad request error is 401, right? Like autocomplete those, and then you can still do not found error and all that, and then bam, you got client error, But they're still just types, they can be stripped. Because enums, like, look at it this way. Enums can't be stripped. They have to be compiled. That's the whole problem. So anything that has to go through a compile step is going to be massively slower than something that can just strip the types. So it's about build processing, right? How quickly you can compile your application if you just strip the types. Enums become an object under the hood, which means that you have to go through a compile step. Whereas instead, if you're just stripping the types, then bam, you've got valid JavaScript automatically. So that's what like TypeScript 5.8. Yeah, it's about compilation time. Exactly. Ooh, LG, I want to do the same thing. I want to build a product around this too. Don't you dare take my idea, or if you want to do it, we can work together on it. Because I think we probably already have the exact same idea. Maybe reach out to me on Discord via PM. Enums? No, enums become an object for lookup. That's how it has to work. Yeah, like, we can just go test it. TypeScript Playground. Let me get more music going real quick, though. There's one Robert Palmer song I really want to hear, though. It's like one of his early songs. Oh, this is it. Looking for Clues. This is my favorite Robert Palmer song. Yeah, let's just double check that. So, enum foo equals enum foo bar baz, right? Like, you see what's getting generated in the resulting JavaScript. This is basically a function within an iffy, but this is still just an object that's being defined, right? See what I'm getting at? Like, the compiler has to go through this step, and it generates this, like, object for lookup. So just because, like, this value results to a number, the lookup for it has to go through the object because of just, like, you know, console.log foo.foo, right? It has to do it as an object because the resulting code is going to look exactly like how you call the enum. And this is a major problem. Like, this is the exact reason why people don't like enums in TypeScript. Like, the loudest voices that are seen as, like, authorities in the TypeScript world are all anti-enum. And this doesn't even get into, like, string enums, where you're doing something like equals foo, right? Right? No matter what, the resulting TypeScript is still going to be this object for lookup, which gets, like, really, like, muddy and messy. So instead, if we were to do it as type foo, right? The resulting JavaScript is empty. Right? Because the types get stripped, and it's just that. So I don't necessarily want to say that, LG, because I think it's like a major product we could build. If you're not thinking about building like a service around it, then yeah, let's chat about it elsewhere, because it's such an easy idea. I don't necessarily want it stolen yet, because it's such an easy idea. But I'd be happy to, like, work together if it's the same idea. If you want to steal it, because ideas are cheap. I'm okay with it. But, like, I'd rather, like, we chat offline or outside of stream about it. Yeah, I think you're already on the right track. But yeah, you see, like, the difference in the output here? Not LG, sorry. Larobi? Right? The amount of code generated is so much smaller. All right, we'll do one more of these. We'll probably do another one later, too. But yeah, what's up, Robotic Head? How you doing? Yeah, no worries, Larobi. Like, I get it. Like, I totally understand where your disconnect came from. If you're just doing an enum that evaluates to numbers, then cool. I think number enums are actually a really bad idea, though. Right? You should be explicit because, right, if we go back, it is a big bottle. Yeah. So, right, like, the problem with number-based enums like this, where you're not explicitly assigning a value, is that the moment you add another value, bet, right, your numbers change. And that is a huge maintenance, like, issue, right? Like, that is a massive maintenance issue. So caring about the order in which you defined a value in an enum isn't something you should actually care about. So you should always be explicitly assigning values. right? Like you could give it a number of 4, right? And then the order doesn't matter. So then you can still write code for readability. Right? And you can even have like overlaps when you explicitly assign, which is probably a bad idea, but just saying. That is like another major reason the smartest people in the room are anti-enum in TypeScript. If you're doing an explicit assignment to the value for that enum, it's better, but you're still generating way more code than you need to. When instead you could do something like type bar is equal to, and then here let's do let's do this. Bet is equal to 4. Foo is equal to 1, right? We'll do the same exact logic, right? Well, we'll ignore foo. Hell, we could call it foo too. Doesn't matter. Right, so then you can do like this. Right? And none of this actually makes it into the output until we want to do something with it. So then it's, const bat, or let's say better. And then you can do, right? Like this is where if you type the wrong number, well, then you get an error, but then you can type 4 and you're fine. And then you can do like the lookup. I will say like doing this to numbers is definitely like not as good. You could do object as const. The difference between enum and object as const is actually just meh. Like the whole thing we're getting at is that like these types are probably not necessary in your output for JavaScript, right? So you can have a smaller bundle by just not using enums or as const, when what you're really doing is just a type that's a union of all these things. So yeah, Horvdan, basically what we're getting at is like we're talking about why enable syntax only mode or something like that is valuable, because the output can just strip the types, but the moment you do as const, well, you're shipping that object anyway. So then like the difference between an enum and an as const is a bit meh. But really, no, you're probably right in that like it would still be faster than an enum, right? So as const would still actually work in the enable syntax only mode, right? Because it just strips the as const part. And then you still have the object for lookups. So that is at least like a good concern, right? What we're talking about is just compilation speed, more so than like the readability DX of it, but DX does matter. But yeah, something like a 70% decrease in compilation time, right? Like in bundle time, I should say, if you use syntax only mode, where you don't use things that can't be just syntax. So that's the main gist of like the difference we were trying to get at. But yeah, as const would actually be also like within the realm of fast for that like type stripping. I will say a lot of these Robert Palmer songs sound very similar. which means they're all good, right? But okay, so back to what we're doing. Yeah, we were just trying to make an example for syntax only mode and why enums are not as ideal. And part of that demonstration actually came from a comment where I mentioned that enums can actually cause a bit of like bundle pollution depending on how you're co-locating your enums with other code. When I did some stuff, so this is for everyone just joining who maybe wasn't here when I explained it. We were doing bundling for my my architect-based AWS Lambda stuff, where it's an individual Lambda per endpoint. Some of those endpoints were 80 megabytes because I was bringing in an enum from the AWS SDK version 2. I think version 3 probably fixed it. But version 2, bringing in those enums in just my types files, ended up polluting my bundle, and I was bringing in stuff from services I wasn't using. It was like really gnarly. So yeah, I was getting like 80 megabyte after Webpack bundles because because the tree shaking was kind of failing out. So yeah, enums have been a problem for that for a while for sure. But yeah, back to this part. I don't think create is the right event type. But yeah, we're not getting any type safety from Blue Sky at all. And that's kind of a problem. Wait, did we just hear this song? We did. Oh, this is a little different from his normal stuff. Ooh, okay. Oh, now we're sipping from the fire hose. Oh, buddy. Whoa now. All right, the create event is what we care about. And then we got to look for the type value. And we don't care about a like. Man, yeah. This shit goes fast. Like, whoa, dude. Okay, so event.collection. Oh. Well, could we do that as the collection and then we only get those? All right, so then, yeah, do we see anything other than that? And we don't want to keep logging event there. And yes, now those are all post. Okay, perfect. Ooh, what is this song? And yeah, Robotic Head. I'm thinking we just game ourselves. If the other two actually want to join, they'll message us. Because I'm tired of reaching out. Yeah, we can just play Divinity. I'm thinking I'm aiming for like not here in 15 minutes, but maybe like an hour and 15 minutes. I at least want to do some more discovery about this stuff. And real quick, Lishkanchik. Thank you for the follow. Maybe it's just Ilish. Can I just say Ilish? Does that work? But yeah, thank you for that follow. That was like a half hour ago. I'm sorry for the delay. All right, so that's our collection that we listen to, and then that makes it a little easier. I don't think we're gonna get any sync events. Like, I think it's just all gonna be create because of the collection we're listening to. Damn, this sounds like some really early Robert Palmer. Oh, this is good. Exactly, light speed. Yeah, you can sip from the fire hose and see every post making it to blue sky. All right, like it's kind of crazy actually. Oh, it's summertime where you're at too. Yeah, that's right. Like, isn't it getting towards winter? Like here, our winter's basically done. Like my windows are wide open, and I'm in a t-shirt right now. You know, I don't know if it counts as a t-shirt. I forget what it is when they got the three buttons, but you know what I mean. You've got a hot march usually. Okay. So yeah, let's just do this. If event is create, which I don't think we even need to do. You guys had a storm, Levius? Yeah, dude. Washington is having like the mellowest fucking winters these days. It bums me out. Like we don't even benefit from having all these mountains when we get all this warm weather. Damn Gulf Stream shifting. I don't know if it's the Gulf Stream, but it's something, man. Technically, if you're on the East Coast, especially like northern East Coast, yeah, you guys are dealing with the Gulf Stream shifting. Basically, like the Gulf Stream has shifted to where you guys aren't getting any of that warm air from the Gulf anymore. But you guys don't have the mountains to make any use of it. All right, so let's just do this. That was a mistake. All right, so it's actually just event.text, not event.record.value. Oh, it is .record, but it's not .value. What? Here we go. This is the Robert Palmer I'm looking for. Not 90s Robert Palmer. Give me 80s Robert Palmer. 70s Robert Palmer will suffice as well. Motherfucker. Uh, what the fuck? Did I forget to save? I think I forgot to save. Nope. All right, so yeah, that word probably not gonna happen that much. But if we look up the word cowboy, and what's up, my secure gift? How you doing? What's a word that we think would get at least a comment every once in a while? Anime? Anime. Hello is probably a good one. Yeah. I'm surprised. I'm surprised anime isn't even there. If there's nothing for anime, it's gotta be broken. Well, hold on. Hold on. Right? I think you gotta be specific. Oh, God. What? Yeah, now that looks about right. So now I don't know about that. That seems broken. Like, I'm not seeing Dragon Ball in these, right? Perfection. Oh, hold on. Does not equal. Eh. No, not does not equal. Yeah, no. Autocomplete got us. Hmm. Get the stock bros. Okay, yeah, let's try it. Remember, this is blue sky. I want to avoid political shit, but, you know, that might be the move. Oh, here's a live version of Looking for Clues. AI. Ooh. Yeah. All right. Let's do LLM. You're right. We should probably do AI. Let's try something just more generic. The word the. I'm wondering if I'm looking at the right field here now. We are kind of gambling. Yeah, exactly. Let's put bets on who uses the word the. I think there's definitely just something wrong with my check right here. So event.record.text to lowercase. So yeah, event.record.text. That's it, man. Like, what the hell? Event record text. I am lowercasing it. Hold on, wait, is... Y'all see the bug? It was the lowercase c. No one's mentioning Dragon Ball, though? What? Hey, there we go. All right, there we go. There we go. All right, so let me go use the restroom. I doubt Get Kraken gets mentioned that much. But yeah, this is a little bit like based upon, I think we kind of need something there. And yeah, hold on. We're going to clear that. Yeah, good call. Let me go use the restroom and go pour some more water. Yeah, good catch there, LG. Good catch. Touche. We didn't show anything. Alrighty. So yeah, we're not going to see any get cracking here because it probably doesn't get mentioned that much. Alright, just like we probably wouldn't see CM Griffing or any keywords that we want to listen for, but listening, like sipping from the fire hose, is actually really easy. All right, we're gonna skip that. We're gonna skip this one. Ooh, James Brown and Robert Palmer. Mr. Robert Palmer. They make it seem super complicated. No, it's just a WebSocket you listen to. I know, right? Like, yeah, like the ATProto docs make it seem way more complicated. You're just listening to a WebSocket and sipping from the fire hose, right? Little Timmy gets to sip from the fire hose, right? All right, we're doing another. It's a Saturday. But yeah, basically, I wanted to do some discovery about what sipping from the fire hose is. I did propose a talk to the ATProto conference here in Seattle. And the title of it's for a lightning talk. The title of it was Sipping from the Fire Hose. And, you know, I needed to do at least a little bit of discovery about setting this up. And I do kind of want to build a service around this basic functionality. All right, the goal would be to release it out to, you know, like as a service. You sign up, you listen for keywords, and we send notifications to somewhere. Right? The process or the value of this, and LG, yeah, all right, cat's out of the bag. Is this basically what you were thinking too? Right? Like just sending notifications when you get mentioned or when your product gets mentioned or whatever. Just get on down. Hey, oh, yeah. You were thinking arbitrary triggers, regex and event type pairs. Yeah, I think that's beyond the scope of what I was thinking, right? Like companies would pay $5 a month to have like their Slack channel get notified or to get a batch email, right? Like, so the heavy lifting wouldn't even be listening to the fire hose. The heavy lifting would be managing those events and doing that part right, you know? So I get it. I think that's actually like outside the scope of what I'm thinking. Yeah, I'd say go for that. Yeah, that's outside my scope for sure. Did that get me the Get Kraken job? No, not at all. I don't think they even saw it. I don't think they've even looked at it or heard about it or whatever. I don't know what song this is. Oh, damn, Robert Palmer actually plays guitar? I thought he was faking. Okay, cool. But no, I think my YouTube channel got me the Get Kraken job. And then, yeah, like chatting and talking about the product and, just having been an engineer. There were other developer advocates that were in the running that they totally interviewed, and people that are way more qualified for dev advocacy, but are maybe not like they've been dev advocates so long that they don't have dev chops anymore. Like, not in the same way. And I don't want to name names or be rude about it, but yeah, like, like that's actually a major thing in the DevRel dev advocate space. Too many DevRels get into the habit of only making like demo projects instead of like real, like doing real work, right? They do only solo projects instead of working on teams. Now, keep in mind, I've got that problem too. So I need to get some more like team project stuff going. But yeah, and having a stream. Yeah, having a stream I think was a major part too. Like, because I talk to devs every day. That's huge. I have editing chops. That's huge. There's a lot of developer advocates out there that are only good at writing blog posts, but they couldn't edit their way out of a paper bag, you know? But yeah, like the amount of like open source I had, and I think people were looking through that code during the interview process too. Like, I don't know. I think it was like a culmination of a bunch of stuff. And also just simply being like the best choice they had at the time. I know there are more qualified developer advocates, but were they available at the time? Probably not. So yeah, I really do value the fact that GitKraken gave me a chance because I didn't have a developer advocate role under my belt, and it's why they get a massive amount of loyalty because there's been at least one company that wants to poach me that I keep having to tell them like, nah. I think loyalty matters. I think the people I work with are awesome. I like my boss. I like the CEO, the rest of the team, like everything. Like, I really like the company I'm at. That is worth more than maybe the extra bit of salary I could squeeze out of another company. There is one role that has been available for a while, so I'm actually questioning if it's actually a good job. But anyone else that thinks they would be stoked on it, I'll just point it out. Like this is basically my dream job, but the fact that it's been something they're hiring for kind of a long time, and also they passed me over, like back when I needed a job. I don't think it's for me. But man, it'd be kind of cool because all you'd be doing is working on their SDKs. Like, it's public work, in my opinion. Like, dude, I think this job would be amazing. Like, as far as the description of it, and that salary range is nice. That salary range is nice. So yeah, if you think you would have fun working on SDKs, I'd recommend giving it a shot. So yeah, here's the link real quick. Not gonna lie, like, man, I'm window shopping. I'm not actually looking to buy anything, as far as we take the analogy. But I do still look. The fact that I got passed over before is already a red flag to me. So I'm not even worried about it, but anyone else, God, this would be really cool. Because I bet you could work on these SDKs live on stream or in public or whatever. That's kind of huge. That's kind of huge. But yeah, I think it's for someone else. So expert level skill in 3 or more of our 7 languages. Node TypeScript, I would say expert level. I don't know if I check the expert level of these. Competent? I would say competent. Oh, dude. Yeah, I could happily ship some good Ruby code. I could ship some good Python. I could ship some good Golang. I could ship some good PHP. The .NET and the Java, I'd have to learn up on. But I do consider myself expert level in Node TypeScript. Some of the trolls that are hate watching right now are saying no, but I get it. Now, the fact that I have a repo in which I have 10 SDKs I've built that include most of those languages, I think I check the box. But also, to say expert level is tough. I am definitely not expert level with any of these, but I could ship production quality code. So I think that's the big difference there. And yeah, experience in popular JavaScript frameworks. Check all them boxes. Small teams, fast-paced environment, sure. Building and shipping web applications end-to-end, yup. Maybe not so much there. But yeah, requirements or responsibilities, these things it's their wish list. If you don't check every box, you should still apply. I highly recommend you apply. All right, this song's a little meh. But yeah, Robert Palmer is great. I'm a big fan. Yeah, unlimited sick leave. Bullshit. Tears for Fears? All right, we'll give this song a try and then we can switch up. Oh my god, yeah, we're switching. Hell no. What the fuck? What the fuck? All right, this is the best Tears for Fears song. If you want to box me over it, we can do it. There you go. Yeah. Touche. Yeah, unlimited sick leave is tricky. It's normally bullshit. Right? They say unlimited, but if you take 30 days off in a year, there might be a problem. We meant unlimited, but what that really means is 10, but we hope you use less. You know? If we tell you you have 10, well, then you're going to use them. Now, and also, if they tell you a number, that number is actually something that, like, can roll over as well. Right? So, yeah, you'd have to check your employee agreement. Like, does it roll over to the next year if they give you a set number? Right? If they fire you, do they have to pay those days out? When they do unlimited, they don't have to do any of that shit. So yeah, like unlimited is actually complete bullshit. It's how companies get out of paying out your sick days or your sick leave when you leave the company. It's actually major bullshit. But 401k matching, that's a huge checkbox for me as well. That is a massive checkbox for me. Like, honestly, this does seem like a good deal. It's just a little questionable that they've had this job posted for years. Like, easily, like 2 years. Maybe just a year and a half. But again, on paper, this is my dream job. Like, could I work on this stuff on stream? Oh my god, that'd be amazing. God, I love this song, though. But okay, so as we're looking at what we're doing, right, this is actually where some of this gets tricky. And what's up, George Programming? So yeah, if I were going to build out a service to do this, right, because yeah, fuck it. Keys to the Kingdom or whatever. It's not like it's a unique idea. It's not like it's an idea that would make a shitload of money. But you could get to a decent monthly recurring revenue by simply letting companies sign up for keywords they want to listen for. And your plans could be based upon a maximum amount of notifications per month, as well as like maybe gating which types of notifications they can do, and also just simply gating like the amount of keywords they want to do. And then also like, multiple seats per organization kind of stuff. All those things are what you could use to leverage like a decent monthly recurring revenue indie project. And something I want to consider. I want to actually use Walter to build this. Not yet. Oh shit. Error in parsing and authenticating firehose event. Block not found. So yeah. No, and I get it. But like Blue Sky has room to grow. The actual hard part would be, how do you do this part at scale? How do you actually, like, You know, we're listening for one keyword right now. When you sign up 1,000 accounts, how do you listen for 1,000 keywords in a performant way? Yeah. It's a skill I've learned. During my 20s, I didn't know how to burp. I would just like build up pressure, and then I would have to like either stick my finger down my throat or just like I'd have to like, I don't know, like I would basically look like Mila Jovovich's character at the end of Fifth Element. Right? Like, dude, it was gnarly. I'm glad I finally learned how to burp. All it took was drinking way more. Nats.io. What is Nats.io? Like a Kafka alternative. Yeah, no, I get that. Single binary Go kind of situation. Okay. But still, like you run into like there are scaling concerns with this, and that would be the way to do it. And maybe Nat solves it, but I don't know. So LG, we could pair up. If you think that part's simple, I think the UI and all that stuff is simple. I think that's a good work split. I think I would push back on the single binary Go because I really feel like Elixir or Erlang or like Gleam would actually be a better use case because of the whole like process thing. Like we could spin up and spin down instances like way easier. But yes, like message queue style is definitely like the right way to do it. And we can take the chat offline, but I think this would be a decent enough project. Not something we could do VC funding for, but something we could definitely bootstrap. Or at least get like an angel investor or two. But yeah, I don't know. Not sure. Random thought. This is at least something I want to use to build out a dog fooding of Walter. Because I think the quota system and all that stuff would have some value. And if it's not something you want to do, well, that's even better, right? If no one else wants to do it, then yeah, shit, I can take my sweet ass time. But real quick, so Anthony, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome. Yeah, this was actually easier than I thought it would be. What I kind of want to look into next is like, what does it take to make a Slack bot? Because this would be like the other major part. Like, how could we allow people to install a bot and then they get it? For people just starting out in programming, what type of project do I recommend doing? Something small in scope, where scaling isn't a concern. At the end of the day, a to-do list or any of that could work. It'd be fine. Like, you didn't actually say what languages you're using, and that's like the harder part there, Fork. I tend to recommend people getting involved in web tech first, simply because it involves less environment setup. Like, you can do web stuff without even installing anything. You can do it right there inside of like CodePen or Code Sandbox or StackBlitz or any of that, right? So then the hurdles to getting going are much lower. So I tend to recommend web tech, but once you're hooked on programming, then you can build anything you want in any language you want. Because you've already got like the motivation to deal with the bullshit of setting up a dev environment for whatever language, right? I don't recommend Python as a first language because of the bullshit around setting up a dev environment. I think Python's a fine language. I don't think it's great for beginners. People can disagree with that, and that's okay. But the moment you're dealing with setting up a virtual environment, rather than just building something, like, ugh, fuck. Addicted Human, that is a DNS lookup. Like, that's a thing that Node.js ships as part of like the core library of Node.js. So they have stuff for doing DNS lookups. I use it to avoid having to do a whois lookup via Cloudflare. If the DNS record resolves, then it's guaranteed that the domain is registered somewhere. So it's a way of like preventing like rate limiting issues from Cloudflare, basically. I do the DNS lookup to make sure I don't even have to do the whois lookup. If the DNS comes back false, then I do the whois just to be sure. Yeah, no worries. And again, have at it. Like, I don't think a domain naming tool is anything like product worthy, right? Like, to charge people for it, no one's going to pay money for that. But if you're Vercel, then yeah, Dylan Mulroy and all the people that work on his domains team together, that's something they could build out for sure. And yeah, I want to make a blog post about it here eventually. Because I think there's value to the blog post and like some of the stuff about like the process in building what we built. But yeah, let's actually look at it. Looks like our queue is done. Terrify! Ooh, Terrify could actually be good for something, but not for Walter. Like, hell no. Sorry for the burps. I know. Kintio. Kintio could be good. I kind of like Artra. Shitat. Yeah, probably not going to pick Shitat. How the fuck does it think Stiblin is pronounceable, though? Belangen. Yeah, like some of these could be good. Willatira. I mean, honestly, Willatira is not bad. Ooh, Willatira is kind of good. And I could still use the W from Walter. That was not bad. Mappinell, right? Balangan. Like, some of these are good, but not for, like, what we're trying to do. Cogite. Istified. I think Kintio is not bad. Terrify would be really good for something. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to look through like the full list of all like 1,000 items. I think Artra is actually not bad. Yeah, we're not gonna make a decision right now, but Cantite. Some of these are really not bad. I'm gonna have to go look through the list for sure. But yeah, that's a problem for another day. So yeah, I'm not sure I care about the errors. No, I don't look at GitHubs. I'm sorry. Nah. There are streamers that do content like that. I just don't, because I don't enjoy it, and I'm not some fucking expert. Like, I don't know, man. Nah. I'm sorry. Just, no. Yeah, no worries, Fork. I just, there are streamers that do that stuff. I think Melky does stuff like that. He does more like resume review from time to time, but it's not like his main thing. When was the last time he even streamed? I feel like he's burning out on streaming too. It's kind of crazy how many streamers just come and go. I think he actually has a fantastic stream too. So yeah, that's the bummer there, right? Like he might still be pissed at me, even though I tried to guard my statements properly. But yeah, no, I think he has a fantastic stream. So yeah, it'd be a shame if he just stopped streaming. But it's something we've just seen. I'm not. Thank you, I appreciate it, but dude, there are so many better streams, as my haters would happily say. Has he streamed recently? I guess I don't catch it because I can't watch streams like while I'm doing like meetings and shit during the day. Like I rarely get to catch Prime or Tej. I have had a chance to watch Theo from time to time. right? Mainly because he streams on like my day off normally. Like I take Wednesdays and Sundays off because I got like work to do and I try and focus. So yeah, I do get to lurk Theo on Wednesdays, like a fair bit. Name of the extension showing the end of the function bracket. So this is JSTS biscuits. I've also got one for the ending tag in HTML called HTML biscuits. But yeah, how you doing, Corman? Co-Reman. Sorry. Corman, how you doing? But yeah, HTML biscuits. Yeah, no worries. So that's an extension we made here on stream. HTML biscuits is the better one. JSTS biscuits has some actual like bugs that are kind of annoying, but it does still like work somewhat. It fails in JSX and TSX files in like a lot of weird ways. And then assorted biscuits is one for like other languages. We need to update it to add more languages because I bet the tree sitter grammars are fine now. But if you're doing Rust or Go, it works great, right? Java, Go, Elm, meh. C#, C, Lua, Python is a bit meh. Rust is fine. The TOML and YAML are a bit meh. The JSON's a bit meh. And hey, Proton, big old raid from Proton. What you up to there? Oh, someone else did that one. Wait, who calls you kids? Did I? Wait, this is Tears for Fears, but this is like recent Tears for Fears. This is garbage Tears for Fears. Gross. They're still touring? They're still making music? They should have taken their bag and just chilled. But yeah, Corman, like, no big deal. Yeah, I think they were fun to make. We made them here on stream, and it was a blast. Yeah. I just like building stuff. And, you know, when I'm not ranting, you'll see me build some stuff. If anyone out there uses Neovim, we got Neovim biscuits too. So yeah, just shouting it out. But yeah, Proton, what were you up to on your stream? Let me double check that. You're doing coding light sources for software shaders on Apollo Vampire. I know some of those words. What is Apollo Vampire? And yeah, welcome everyone from the raid. We are doing a little bit of like discovery around ATProto, which is the protocol behind Blue Sky. And yeah, Blue Sky might not be as big as Twitter yet, but it's got room to grow. Hopefully Tesla crashes enough to where Elon gets like margin called or whatever for the loans he took out to buy Twitter, and he decides he has to sell it. That would be just amazing. It'd be the death of Blue Sky at that point. But holy shit, can we just get Elon out of Twitter? and get a sane fucking algorithm? That'd be just amazing, wouldn't it? That'd just be the best. Like, hopefully, his Tesla shit tanks enough that he has to make some tough decisions. But yeah, if he lost 99% of his wealth, he'd still have a couple billion. At which point he might sell Twitter for a couple billion. So fingers crossed. So Apollo computer V4 standalone. It's an Amiga compatible computer. Ah, okay. Because yeah, you're like really big into that, like the old school. Yeah, yeah. And it's just this tiny little. Oh, that's super cool. Oh, I like that. That's actually like really fucking cool. Oh, this is awesome. So yeah, how are you liking it? Wow, it can actually do 3D. So it's a beefed up machine. All right, so it's a little expensive. But still awesome. And like, yeah, no, that's cool, man. I like it. Like, it's a niche thing for sure. Proton Fig does do music. Yeah, Nightshade. You you might know him from his like demo scene stuff. Like Proton Fig's actually like big time in the demo scene. Like big time. Like yeah, yeah, yeah. Yep. So yeah, like what were you doing with the Amiga? Or like the Amiga clone, I should say. Um Hold on, I lost it. Coding light sources for a software shader. Okay. Yeah, yeah, for sure, Illis. You should definitely follow Proton. Absolutely. And yeah, Proton, like I know I've pushed back on like you sharing like your music here without provocation or whatever. But we've got a Discord channel. You're more than welcome to put that in. Promote yourself or music even would work. And like every once in a while, it's fine, you know. Two very cool Amiga remixes. Yeah, like paste that stuff to the Discord if you want, man. Isn't Fig like the big one? Like, isn't that like a demo party or like a group or whatever? Maybe I'm mixing it up. Maybe Proton is it? I thought Proton was your handle and Fig was the group, but I could have it backwards. Oh, these days it varies. Okay. I know nothing about the demo scene, so yeah, take what I say with a grain of salt, and please correct me every time I'm wrong. Yeah, so Fig is the group. That's what I thought. Yeah, 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 yeah. But maybe it's like less active these days or something. So now you just submit to like other like demo parties and groups and all that stuff. I don't know. I'm guessing. Pure speculation. It's just like where my brain like jumps to some of that shit. My brain's wrong all the time, so it's fine. You guys are still active like as Fig. Okay. So when you say like that's your group, is that different from a demo party? Is demo party like the venue or like the event? And then the group is just like the people that you like work with, like as like a band or a brand or something. So demo parties are the event. Okay, that makes more sense. See, I kind of figured like demo scene stuff was more about like it's not even about like a demo party and like you just might make content for some fucking rave or something, and it's not even a demo party at that point, but you're still making like the visuals. Oh, wrong button. Okay, so yeah, you guys do like group releases. So here's something I'll say, Proton. When you have a new release you want to shout out, feel free to post that here. I would just push back on like the individual tracks because, you know, you're so prolific. Ain't nobody got time for that. But when there's a release you want to hype, you can post it here in chat. Just fine. Does that work? And honestly, if you want to share a song now, go for it. Right? It's just like every time you join, it's a little tough. They're all remixes. No, I get it. Okay. I just don't want it to feel like spammy. I don't want it to feel like compelled or just like automatic. I want it to feel like real, you know? So yeah, I mean, I hope that makes sense. I appreciate the raid. Appreciate how much you support the channel anyway. Amiga chart? I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, we're close to wrapping up. Sure. I know Robotic Head wants to get into some gaming here soon. Ooh, I'm normally not the kind of person that's going to put on a bunch of credence. We'll let it go, though. All right. We'll let it go. If you're learning guitar, Credence riffs are some of the best riffs to learn because they're not like majorly technical, but they're a lot of fun to play. So yeah, like stuff to play like music too. Credence is a good option there. So if you're trying to learn guitar or bass even, yeah, Credence is actually like a good like getting started like yeah, like they're a good option. Honestly, like some of the Rage Against the Machine riffs are actually pretty good too. Like Killing in the Name of and a bunch of those. Like at least like the choruses and the verses, not when he starts going off on like the bridges. But yeah, Rage riffs are actually really fun to learn too. That Prehistoric Tale is an excellent remix. Which one is that? What am I missing? This one right here. Oh, this is one of yours, right? Okay. All right. We'll give it a shot here on stream after this song. I'm less a Guerrilla Radio fan, but you know, it's fine. And honestly, if you want to learn some solos, yeah, Creedence solos are actually not that tough either. Right? It's not like it's Jimmy Page or fucking Jimi Hendrix or like Eric Clapton solos. Nah, if you're learning guitar, you can get to like Creedence Clearwater solos pretty quick. You can do it. You can totally do it. There's no arpeggios. There's nothing crazy. This part's a little tougher, maybe. Yeah, no, Creedence is good for learning guitar. I'll agree to that 1,000%. All right, we'll play your song right after this one. Hold on, this is an 11-minute version of this song? No, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. Hell no, sorry. I'm already sick of it. Ooh, Proton, yeah, this one's good. It's a little loud. Hold on, let me dial it down. This definitely reminds me of a couple songs for sure. I'm trying to actually think like what songs those are. This is good though. Yeah, Proton. You nailed it, man. What is this originally from? An early 90s Amiga game. Yeah, no, this is super good. Yeah, let me paste the link for everyone. Like, I'll do it again. Don't tempt me with a good time. And let me paste it to YouTube too. So back to the thing that we're building. Like, right? Building a Slack bot. They've got a tutorial for it. Join the developer program, and that I'll have to do. So it has to be a Slack developer program account. Yeah, LG, if you're still out there, like, honestly, I'd be happy to coordinate on a product around this. We should work out some kind of agreement kind of thing, but honestly, if you think you could handle the back end scaling part, that's the part that I am less aware of. I could build out the UI, user management, like all that BS. And I'll want a dog food waltzer into it, as long as that's okay with you. It's easily like a $1,000 a month product. And I'd bet money, LG, that you could do the whole thing without me if you wanted. I would struggle with the scalability of the back end. But I think I bring other stuff to the table too. Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to work it out. Send me a message on Discord if it's something you're considering. If not, no worries. I still want to build it. I still want to make a product of it. But hold on, let's get another song going. R-Type? I've definitely heard of R-Type. I believe R-Type existed not just on Amiga, but also... I believe R-Type existed on either Nintendo or Super Nintendo as well. I just don't remember playing it. All right, we'll give it a shot. Honestly, I just put on a song I really like, so... I get it. But, you know... We'll see about it. Yeah, like, just saying, like... If you got stuff you want to hype, we've got a Discord channel. I'm not sure I want to play every song you release. Like, you're too prolific. It's too much at that point. So at some point, you got to really be selective about what you want to share and what you don't here live. People can check it out. That's fine. Like, you have permission to, like, send links, but there's a big difference between, like, me wanting to play it live. And I would really appreciate if you put, like, a good filter on it. Like, I don't want to play something every time you're in here, but we can check it out. Like, when you raid, right? With a raid, I'm happy to play a song. If you're just hanging out, I would appreciate a little bit of a filter because every single time it does feel a bit shilly. Like, I don't know. That's the wrong word. Keep that in mind. I'm not trying to be that harsh with it. Spammy would be way too harsh. Transactional. Exactly. Yeah, right? Like, you know, buy me dinner first. I don't mean literally buy me dinner first. But, you know, like, there's got to be more to it than just hopping in here, sharing a song, and bouncing, you know? Which I have pushed back on in the past. You were fine today because I asked for it. So that's different. Like, I asked you for those things today. So I get it. I understand. But I'm just saying, like, a little bit of a filter would be nice. But over in our Discord, in the Promote Yourself or Music channel, yeah, dude, post as often as you want. Once a day, twice a day, like, you know, I think you can use your best judgment for what feels like spam. But Discord is far more permissive about promoting your stuff and etc. Right? Like, we have channels specifically for that, and that I'm totally okay with. What am I sipping on? It is Pendleton. It is a Canadian blended whiskey. It is a giant fucking bottle, isn't it? Like, oh my god. Whoa. Like, whoa. But yeah, it's good. It's not bad. I think it's better in Coca-Cola. The water mix, not the best. Damn. So this song went through a 5-minute intro. And now we're actually at the lyrics. Ryan Coke. Yeah, Coca-Cola is a really good mixer, honestly. Any kind of cola works, though. Just saying. All you EU folks, you should probably be doing local colas. Is there like a Canadian cola that Canadians should be drinking? Absolutely. Is there a Canadian cola I should be drinking here in the US? Maybe. I've never seen it, but I'll check it out. Whatever I can do to support Canada or not the companies that are fucking assholes, then I'm good to go. Yeah, so Dr. Pepper is technically not a cola. Maybe it is. I don't know what qualifies a cola, actually. I have no idea what qualifies as a cola. Maybe Dr. Pepper counts. I'm not sure. I'd say it's a soda. I don't know if it's a cola. Yeah, Dr. Pepper is a soda. I don't think it's a cola. Like, a cola is very, like, specific. Exactly. Yeah. It has to, like, basically have the same flavor ish as Coca-Cola. I don't think so. I'm sorry. Cola is actually way more specific. Pepsi and Coca-Cola are in the same category, right? Pepsi Cola, Coca-Cola, those two are colas. But Dr. Pepper is not. Wow, dude, Joe Walsh is so funny. Here comes a bunch of wow-ahs. Wow, 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 wow. Like, dude, they get into that bit like crazy. That bit's fun, actually. We got a bunch of wow-ahs. Ooh, good old Cocaine Joe Cocker. It's not a topic worth fighting, but no, cola means something specific. It's not the same thing as soda. Coke, Pepsi, RC, I guess Fago even counts too. Yeah, and store brands. Yep. But yeah, like cola is a very specific flavor for sure. With the cola nut for caffeine. Wait, cola nut's actually a thing? Cola nut's actually like a real thing? I thought they made it up in that At the Drive-In song. Huh. Huh. Yeah, cola is like a specific flavor profile. That's my point. Yeah, and like Dr. Pepper just doesn't satisfy the same like flavor profile. That's all I'm getting at. Like honestly, you could argue it, but you'd be wrong because cola is a specific flavor profile. And Dr. Pepper is not it. Like Dr. Pepper is not a cola. Dr. Pepper is actually shit. There's like a specific term for Dr. Pepper, like especially like the way it started. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, no worries there, Proton Fig. Yeah, it's fine. We can disagree, but with a little bit of research, you can recognize that cola is a very specific thing, and then soda is actually the broader category. And yeah, there's like a very specific name for what Dr. Pepper is. Like compared, like Dr. Pepper, Mr. Pibb. It's a pepper elixir, technically. Yeah, like it's actually a pepper elixir. It may have similarities, sure, but yeah, no, it's like, yeah, it's a pepper elixir. I believe that's what I've seen from like independent Dr. Pepper knockoffs. So yeah, it's fine, right? We learn something new every day. It's okay. I'm glad we didn't get into a heated debate about it. Like we can just recognize things, you know? But hold on. At the drive-in. It's from Relationship of Command. Videos. We're not going to listen to the whole album because it's a little heavy. Like, it's heavier than what we want. But holy shit. Quarantined? This song's amazing. You don't have to like At the Drive-In in general. You don't have to like Mars Volta. But damn it, this song's gonna like stir some shit in your soul. Just the bass line. Just wait for it. Just wait for it. This is a fun bass line to play too. You should do an Amiga chip tune of this song. I'd listen to it. You could share it immediately. I'd put it on repeat. You do whatever you want. I'm just bullshitting. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I just love this fucking song. And I think it could actually be... I think this could be chip-tuned really well. I'm actually thinking of the wrong song. Shit. Enfilade is the one I'm thinking of. It's track 7, not this one. But this one's too good, so we gotta let it finish. I don't know what word they're saying there, but I take it with Jello. I think that's the word, actually. I think the song actually they're actually saying I take it with Jello because it's about, I think a bunch of these songs are related to the concept album that Mars Volta released as their first. Where, like, yeah, this is about, like, the dude in the insane asylum. So yeah, like, you take your pills with Jello. I don't know if that's actually what he's saying, but my brain is like autofilled that. So it's canon now. So yeah, Goliath. Is Goliath a Mars Volta or an At the Drive-In song? Like, I don't know any Mars Volta songs by name. But I know that first album is a fucking masterpiece. Deloused in the Comatorium. It's a Mars Volta song? Okay. But it's not on Deloused in the Comatorium. It's on the album after, right? Yeah, I don't think that's on Deloused in the Comatorium, but I don't remember the names of the songs on there. So I could be wrong. Bedlam in Goliath 2008. Yeah. Yeah, so At the Drive-In broke up in like 2001, and the first Mars Volta album was like 2005, I think. God, the bass line for this song is so goddamn good. Oh, no, hold on. It kicks off here in a second. Just wait. Ah, this song's so good. Right, like, you can definitely hear the inspirations for what Mars Volta became. Before this album, I'm not a fan of At the Drive-In, actually. No. At the Drive-In as a band? No. Relationship of Command is epic. But it was like, yeah, it's such a like it's such a divergence from their previous albums that are just real like not thrash, but I don't know how to describe their like music genre before Relationship of Command or Relationship in Command. No, it's not Relationship in Command. It's of Command. This person named the album wrong in their title. It's Relationship of Command. That's weird already. All right, whatever. But hold on. This is the one with the 10,000 cola nuts in a bag behind the box. I'll be the hyena. You'll see. Hello, Mother Leopard. $10,000 cola nuts. You'll see. Dude, this song and the one we just played are like the prototypical Mars Volta songs. Like it's obvious that the singer and the guitarist would branch out and do their own thing. Because this is such a divergence from their earlier stuff. Yeah, what's up, Talented? Dude, I'm just chilling. Yeah, no, we're hanging out. We've already done a bunch of stuff. Like, we're already sipping from the fire hose. Dude, you can sip from the ATProto fire hose with... Hold on. 25 lines of code. Like, that's insane. We don't even need this on-error hook. Who gives a shit? ATProto is the protocol behind Blue Sky. You can listen to every message posted to Blue Sky. Every single thing that happens on Blue Sky. You can actually like sip from that fire hose with 22 lines of code. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Right? Like, so Elon's charging you money for the API access to that bullshit. Blue Sky went the other direction. They opened that shit way up. Because all you're doing is subscribing to a WebSocket. Like, it's easy. Right? They just published the event. You're on the hook for handling that scale. Significantly smaller? Here's the thing, like, dude, they're not bottlenecked either, though. Yeah, Sonic over on YouTube. I wanted to use XAPI for a hobby project, and then they saw the $200 fucking price tag. Yeah, dude, Elon's fucking insane with that shit. So, Colton, they absolutely used to until some asshole bought them. And then broke a bunch of services. I know, not even close to the most insane thing he's ever done. Like, what a fucking asshole. He needs to get back the money he spent? Dude, he's spending more money than he spent to buy it doing some bullshit with Grok. Do you think Grok is cheap? Do you think Grok is cheap? Talented. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Dude. Yes. Are you ready for it? Little Timmy wants to sip from the fire hose. Boom! Look at all that shit. Every single interaction with ATProto, right, with the protocol via that WebSocket is something you can listen to. Free of charge, no authentication, no API key, nothing. That is why Blue Sky will win eventually, in my opinion. What if the spies get their hands on this? Dude, it's open. The spies can just use it. Who gives a shit, dude? It's a fully open protocol. Yeah, have fun finding the needle in the haystack. Good luck. Dude, the spies have way better access to larger fire hoses. How long before Blue Sky smells the money or goes public? I mean, Blue Sky is based in Seattle. Like, I don't know about their main team, but a part of the team is right there in Seattle. And honestly, as far as I know, there is zero effort put behind trying to monetize this shit. Because they got people with money funding it, and the cost of just exposing a WebSocket hook, who fucking cares, dude? Right? The money would actually be once they start running algorithms and all that bullshit, and they're just fundamentally anti-algorithm. You can build a service on top of it. Go for it, right? Yeah, so Talented. Yeah, you pass that shit to an LLM and you better have $1 billion waiting and you'll use that shit up in a month. Right? Because, again, Blue Sky isn't doing any of that. There's no algorithm. It's just who you follow and who follows you. That's it. That's fucking it. There are companies building their own algorithms on top of it, and you could subscribe to those if you want. In my opinion, they're doing the right thing. They're establishing infrastructure. And at some point, maybe they start charging people that are consuming more of that infrastructure than their fair share. But not, you could just listen to every single post posted to Blue Sky. It's fine, man. All they're doing is broadcasting it and maintaining a WebSocket connection for you. You're the one taking that shit in. Luckily, inbound bandwidth is free for most providers anyway, so who cares? Nah, Blue Sky is the best. Like, they're what we deserve. They're what we need. There's just a bunch of people that do make it a worse platform because they're so, like, vocally anti everything, right? Like, the loudest people ruin the platform. Like, if you see some of, like, Theo's tweets about Blue Sky, yeah. Dude. Haters galore. Haters fucking galore. And that's the problem, you know? He has a lot of great tweets. Like, honestly, yeah, he's one of my favorite, like, Twitter personalities to just see the random shit they post. Is it always valuable? Nah. But damn, like, dude, he has some really good posts sometimes. Like, amazing posts sometimes. I'll be the first to admit, I was not on the Theo's a cool person train for a while. After hanging out with him at conferences where like we're the only streamers there kind of shit, it's easier to like understand him and like it's a much more humanizing experience when it's not something like TwitchCon where he's famous. Right? Where it's not something where he's just like he's the biggest voice in the room. That is like the best time to actually interact with Theo, in my opinion. Like honestly, it's a great experience pretty much every time, besides those first couple times. And I can understand why, but also I can still be a little bummed on it. But I also think the fact that he's had a chance to raid me and he has raided me like pretty much every time I'm live, like not every time, but on a very consistent basis. If I'm live when he's ending within the past like, 6 months or so, it's not like a 100% thing, but like, dude, he raids here all the time and that's really cool of him. I feel like that's his way of like maybe apologizing for what he recognizes as somewhat of a bummer in the past. But even then, I don't think he even thinks about that. And he doesn't need to. Because I barely think about it anymore. It doesn't matter, right? The AI flying game. You mean Levels IO, like Peter Levels, the thing he made? It's cool. I've even like tweeted about it. I messaged Levels about it. Like, because I made some, what I think were somewhat critical comments on Twitter. He didn't even see them, but I wanted to reach out and say, like, hey man, I just want to say sorry. Like, I hope that doesn't bum you out. But also, I'm just like bad phrasing, but I'm really curious about how he debugs problems with it. He's talking with the cursor people, at least according to him. Probably, I have no reason to doubt it, but I'm just saying, I don't know. I have to like guard the statements. I still don't think he actually addressed how he is planning on debugging things that people point out. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, Mr. Elfman. You're missing the point. Like, you don't need to be physically accurate for the thing he's making. Anyone that cares about physics in a vibe-coded game is missing the point. But also, they might be exemplifying the point because, yeah, like, could Levels fix that easily? Maybe. But his context is getting so big that it's actually getting tough for him. And I'd be curious, like, how easy it is for him to do this stuff. Like, one of his posts were like, yeah, so when I told Cursor to do some stuff, it may have fixed the functions, but it actually just created extra functions instead of removing the previous ones. And he wasn't even, like, guarding for that. He's just blindly saying, like, yeah, do it. Every single time Cursor comes back with a result. Like, he's purely vibe coding. But what we're recognizing is that, dude, that vibe coding is resulting in some shit code. Right? Like, duplicating, triplicating functions. Like, dude. It's not good. Oh, talented. Yeah. No, we've got that. What do you want to post on Blue Sky? Yeah. What keyword do you want me to listen for? All right, running. Oh, nope. Hold on. I fucked something up. Hold on. Wait. I fucked something way up. Oh, no. We were logging. Yeah. Hold on. All right, there you go. Let me go use the restroom real quick. Right? You'll see it. Post your thing, man. Oh, oh shit! So I got to provide the on air. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry. No. Hold on. Yeah. 1 second. 1 second. Now, we shouldn't have hit that error. That was actually like a major bug. So try it one more time. Stay with me one more day. Okay. So done at 7:45. Jack left Blue Sky and is now on to something else. No, that's fine. Like, he's only got so much stuff he can do. He's living his, like, you know, his massively funded, like, who gives a shit life. Like, he's already paid, man. Blue Sky is just the open Twitter. That's what it's good for. If you want to use a platform not owned by a fucking Nazi, then there you go. Wait, really, Carsees? Like, you know I'm pretty damn left-wing, right? That shouldn't be a surprise. Like, fuck Elon. What a fucking asshole. Dude did a fucking Nazi salute twice. If it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. If it quacks like a duck, man. Like all his tweets. Like, you could look at his tweet history, dude. You could look at him supporting the AfD party in Germany. There is so much evidence. Carsees, like, really, dude? You can bury your head in the sand all you want. You can bury your head in the sand, but dude, come on, Carsees. Come on, we don't want to make this too political. And Carsees is a friend of the stream. We've already lost a bunch of people because they're still on the Elon hype train for some reason. If you disagree, it's fine, Carsees. Like, Carsees, dude, I'm disappointed in you. Damn, Carsees. Like, I don't know, man. Read the autobiography. You mean an autobiography he definitely didn't write himself? Like, come on, man. It's not an autobiography if it was ghostwritten. Can't prove it other than his actions. What would it take for you to actually, like, call him that? Like, what would he have to do? Would he have to wear a fucking armband? If he had gotten a better response, he'd be wearing an armband. Like, dude, you know that, right? Like, come on, man. When someone does a Sig Heil twice within 5 seconds, we're not just throwing it around. Like, dude. Once is maybe a mistake. Twice? You're giving a lot of benefit of the doubt. Jesus Christ. That's your line. That's the line you're going to draw. I'm sorry, Carsees. Yeah. I'm also really disappointed at the moment. I'm like, dude. Just, wow, man. Wow. Just wow. I'm sorry, I fundamentally disagree. If your line is he's not leading a fucking death camp, he's not leading a militia, what the fuck, dude? Nazi punks fuck off, right? When Dead Kennedys had to make that album, do you think people were leading militias? Nobody was leading a militia, but they were fucking Nazis. Like, dude. Nazi punks fuck off. They don't need to lead a militia to be fucking Nazis. Like, dude. I don't know, man. If it quacks like a duck, man. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. See, now you want to get into semantics. What the fuck, Talented? They aren't even remotely the same thing. Like, what the fuck, Talented? Like, dude, they're not even remotely close to the same thing. One is an entire gesture, and one is someone flying with their arms straight above their head. Like, I don't know, man. Damn, like, really, guys? Two in a row should, Carsees. Like, dude. It was a fucking dog whistle. Right? It was a fucking dog whistle. And the people that care know what it was. And the people that are in denial are wondering if it really does qualify. Like, dude, it was a dog whistle. Yeah, exactly, Janhua. You can look at all of his comments on social media. You can look at everything he's said in the past year or two. And then look at that salute again. If you want to bury your head in the sand, go for it. But holy shit, dude. All right, so real quick though, we're not seeing the message someone theoretically posted. Did I copy and paste it right? Yeah, I mean, I don't see the message. Could you do another? Right, and feel free to delete them later. Like, that's fine. All right, there we go. All right, so we got that one. I must have just not been listening at the right time or something. Okay, so we got that. And how long was that? Like, dude, that one seemed quick. That one seemed really quick. Yeah, that one seemed really quick. Yeah, like, that's kind of cool. So yeah, the fire hose really is the fire hose. And another. That one was quick. That one felt pretty fucking quick. 12 seconds. And keep in mind, like, you're seeing 12 seconds. There's at least probably like a 2 or 3 second delay here on stream, right? That's pretty good. Right? Like, yeah, like there is definitely some infrastructure behind that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, normal hardware, just a person with a WebSocket listener, right? That's barely chewing up anything CPU wise. All right, so I got 15, 13, whatever percent CPU running and consuming the firehose. Now, granted, I'm on an M4, so M4s are pretty beefy. How much, like, do we think it would consume within, like, a VPS? And I think that's the interesting part, too. No, I don't do any gaming on the Mac. Nah. I got a gaming PC for that. I did just upgrade the CPU. I'm actually looking at the 9070 from AMD. That would actually be an option. It is reasonably priced. I was looking at a 4070 or a 5070 as well, but honestly, yeah, the 9070 from AMD looks pretty damn good. Let me get some other music going. Ooh, this song's good. I want to create a service where people can listen for their brand name or some keyword and get tagged for it. Basically, I want to build a service around listening to the firehose and sending out Slack messages or emails or whatever. Is it going to sell a lot? No, but fuck it. Like, yeah, webhook even. Sure, why not? Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff we can do. And how we decide to monetize it would actually determine, like, the value of that service. But I at least, like, dude, I'm 100% certain someone else is doing it too. Will I make any money? Probably not, but I can build a product and then tie Walter into it. So it's just another way for me to dog food Walter. So this might be the first, like, service I build that is dog fooding Walter. At which point it has major value. Yeah, exactly, Krasner. Like, I won't consider Walter a success until I've consumed it into multiple different products, right? They're going to be low effort. There gonna be some fucking bullshit. Like, I don't care. But I will build out a product consuming Walter with at least 2 or 3 things just to, like, make sure I'm, like, solving that problem. No refunds per filtered event. No. No, what we'll do is, like, we'll base it upon, like, quotas. Like, literally. Like, hey, right? You get 1 keyword on the free tier, and we'll send 1,000 events a month or something. Like, I don't know. And then the paid tier is $5 a month, and it's you get 3 keywords, and I don't know. I'm bullshitting on the numbers. We'll figure out the actual numbers. But I think there's actually like a product we could make for that. No, no, no. So talented. My statement was not fuck Elon for charging for the API. It's fuck Elon for gouging for the API. At $5 a month to build out messaging stuff, what would you pay to build that yourself? You could build what I'm doing, right? Like already, like you're not being genuine with your arguments here. There's a very big difference. The entire thing that made Twitter Twitter was the openness of the API and people building things around it to the point where they bought TweetDeck. But those arguments are not kidding because you didn't have a kappa. You didn't have anything that made it obvious that you were joking. I don't know, man. Talented. You know there are ways to indicate that you're actually joking, and you didn't do that. So you can't blame us for not assuming you're joking because you didn't do anything that made it obvious you were joking. And instead, it just seems like disingenuous at best. You know they're not equivalent. No. In your initial comment, the thing I was actually responding to, not your follow-up, but your actual comment was that. There is nothing in that comment that says you're kidding. There's absolutely nothing in there that points out you're kidding, that you're not being serious. At which point, like, were you kidding? I see YOLO, I'm kidding. You were kidding about just have whatever, right? Like, I'm kidding is about the thing that you're saying after you were actually kidding. So yeah, you didn't even do a kappa for that, but I knew you were kidding and you said you were kidding. But just because it's a message above it doesn't mean that you weren't serious with that too. Like, I don't know, man. The words I'm kidding apply to the things you've said previously, maybe, but you could just add that to the original message. You didn't have it on that one. And individual messages can be missed. If you don't include the context with the message, it's actually just what you meant. But then you're adding I'm kidding for reasons. Like, that's on you. Like, dude, talented, come on, man. Add the context to the message you're saying. Otherwise, I think you're just trying to have a scapegoat. You're having a way to backpedal out of it. You're upset that I'm criticizing Daddy Musk for some reason. And you're making some comments that are questionable at best, and then later trying to dial them back. Could you dial it back within the same comment? That'd be better. I don't know. It seems like you do. You took offense at my statements around him. Just like Carsey's did. Let me go throw some pot pies in the oven because, yeah, I don't feel like actually cooking tonight, so I'm just going to throw some shit in. So BRB. That was a huge party hat. Yeah, pot pies are delicious. For sure. Now, it's fine, talented. Like, at the end of the day, if you're being sarcastic or you're kidding, there is some kind of thing you should do to make it obvious within that same message. Otherwise, it's really easy to miss that context. They're chicken pot pies. They are the Marie Collanders, and they're really good. They're super cheap at Costco. Like, the giant ones are a nightmare. Dude, they're like, you gotta put the giant ones in for like an hour and a half or some shit. Like, bare minimum. Meanwhile, you can get like the regular size ones, and they're super good. Yeah, Costco is the way to get them, because they're expensive at the grocery store. If I'm going to like to QFC or some shit, I'm gonna get the Banquet, like the Banquet brand pot pies, because they're like 10 for $1, or like $1 each, like 10 for 10. Especially when they're on sale. They're like $1.50 otherwise. But the Marie Collanders are spendy. Meanwhile, the Costco version of them is actually like really reasonable. So yeah, Costco's buying power is massively helpful in that case. And also, the Costco ones are like the normal size, not the giant ones that take way longer to cook. But yeah, no worries, talented. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm sorry, you know. And also, Carsey is not trying to make you feel bad. I get it. We can disagree on this stuff. I just think there's been so much evidence otherwise that there's no doubt in my mind. Costco is not really a discount. For certain things they are, for certain things they aren't. And that's the tough part. Yeah, like Costco gets you by not being a discount for some stuff, but they being enough of a discount that you're already there, so you're going to buy everything anyway. For alcohol, Costco is a massive fucking discount. Like, dude, beer and liquor at Costco is a massive discount. For a lot of frozen stuff, a massive discount. For bread, nah, right? Like, bread, probably a bad idea. Eggs, massive discount. So it's state-based. John Hua, I would guess that Jersey still does like the liquor store thing, and you can't buy alcohol outside of a liquor store. Washington used to be that way. Oregon is still that way. Utah, same thing too. Yep. So it's based upon whether your state has like state-sponsored liquor stores. Really? Okay, so Johnhua, like the Costco near you doesn't? That is super weird. Like, huh. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I was always under the impression that every Costco would sell alcohol if they could. But yeah, you're making the point that where you're at, they don't. That is strange to me. But again, I just want to say thank you both. We can disagree. We can still be friends. You don't have to leave stream because of it. No, I get it, but it's just, God, the reality of it is hard to deny. I would simply just go look at the things he's actually said and judge him by that if you don't want to judge him by the gestures. But also, we don't need to make it a hill we have to die on here. No, dude. Nah, shit, man. If we wanted to do that, we'd have to judge Ray J. We'd have to judge Nick Cannon. Like, dude, there are too many people that we'd have to judge for that one. That shit is irrelevant. Sorry, Jianhua. Like, that part doesn't matter. Nah, that part is totally meaningless. You can't call someone the word I called him based on that. Like, no. Like, you gotta be right about your rhetoric, especially with people that are critical of that rhetoric. I'm sorry, like, nah, that doesn't count. Plenty of people just have too many kids with too many people. That's fine. That's called being an NBA basketball player. Ooh, so that's where I think we disagree. Talented, right? Having those qualities is the same. They are the same thing. Like, you don't gotta wear the uniform to be that person, right? And again, if you guys want to chat about this elsewhere, even off stream, we can do that, right? But you don't gotta wear the uniform to be that person, right? Being close enough in qualities. I mean, how close do you gotta be to deserve the label? And that might be where we disagree. But you'd have to admit that he is so much closer than the average person, right? Talented, that is such a bad false equivalency. Oof. 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 Like, no. Talented, I'm sorry. Like, that's just a really, really bad false equivalency there. How close do you have to be before it's close enough? And that might be where we disagree. How much of that Venn diagram needs to be a full fucking circle? Right? If you're requiring the circles to be the exact same circles, we'll just never agree. How much overlap do you need to satisfy the statement? So when you consider the Venn diagram of the overlap between his behavior and what you consider the thing, how much overlap do you need to be satisfied? And that's only something you can answer. I don't know, man. He's already satisfied that overlap for me, so I can't even think of a percentage. Like, he's already there. I'd be really curious where you draw the line. And again, we don't have to do it here. I would actually prefer that we don't do it here. If you want to chat with me privately, my DMs are open, especially for regulars like yourself. Gaming channel, right? Yeah, if it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. There's the edge chance that it could be a platypus. But that is just such like a small percentage of the things that quack. The things that have a bill like a duck. The things that resemble a duck in some way. Right? A goose is not a duck, but damn it, if it quacks, it's closer to a duck than a goose. Because goose, they honk. They don't quack. If you see a goose quacking, it's closer to a duck than a goose. I can understand that, Talented, and we can chat about it. Carsey's, same thing. I'm welcome to disagree. Right? Like, I wasn't even, like, it wasn't even a thought. But I'm willing to bet you guys might have thought it. And you know what? Yeah, like, the thought bubbled up, but it was never something I even, like, remotely considered. I'm not going to ban someone for disagreeing. It's when they become a dick about the disagreement that we got a problem. People I've banned recently for disagreeing. It's not because they disagreed. It's because they were a dick in how they disagreed. And you guys didn't do that. And I appreciate that about you, right? We can disagree. If we all thought the same, the world would suck. 1000%. If we all thought the same thing, the world would fucking suck. How could I even be counterculture if everyone thought the same as me? I consider myself counterculture in most of the ways I think. Like, sorry, I'm not going to listen to Rolling Stones right now. No. Do not DM on Twitch. I mean on Discord. Please. I don't see, like, Twitch DMs. I don't see them. I will miss it. Like, I'll miss it so bad. Send me a DM on Discord, and we can chat if you want. For sure. Yeah, Twitch is the worst place to DM me. You can DM me on Twitter. Ugh. Please don't. You can DM me on Blue Sky. You can DM me on Discord. You can DM me on LinkedIn. There are plenty of ways to reach me. But yeah, Twitch is like the worst way to actually chat with me. Because they're really bad about notifications, and I don't see that. Like, there's nothing that shows up in my inbox that I would see either, you know? So yeah, please don't ever message me on Twitch. Dude, Twitch DMs are basically just sending a shout to the void. It's gonna get ignored. I might see it like a couple weeks later, you know? I mean, email would work. Email is a little bit too personal. If I get an email randomly, it does feel like my boundaries have been pushed a little, you know? The only people I've gotten emails from are people I've banned that want to get just like one more jab at me. Like, dude. So yeah, like, email is probably not a great thing in general. Like, granted, 1 out of 10 people that DM me on Discord are also just trying to, like, jab at me one more time before they get banned or ignored. But yeah, just saying. The ratio of people that send me personal fucking emails, dude, the majority of those people have been banned in every single fucking place. And then it's their, like, last vestige of trying to, like, jab at me one more time. But Sonic, sorry, say what again? I dare you. Say what again? No, what do you mean? Right? Like, no, not Hawk Tua. This isn't an Algo Bro stream. Like, no, Hawk Tua has no bearing on any conversation we'd ever have here. This is not an Algo Tua kind of thing, all right? Shit, I don't know. Would he be bummed on that joke? When I think about streamers that mention Hawk Tua, he's the only one I know. I don't know a single other streamer that's mentioned Hawk Tua live on stream. He's it. He seems a little infatuated, actually, at this point. I really do hope he starts streaming again at some point. Man. I hope he's not burnout. Now I see it. Like, you've even messaged before. Like, nah, you're good. We can talk about it another time. I'm not going to dig into it right now. That is a giant wall of text, too. But hold on. Within your first sentence, you don't have to actually murder someone to be a Nazi. There are skinheads that entire albums were made preaching against that didn't murder anybody, but they're still fucking Nazis. So, I'm not digging any deeper, but hold on, man. Nazi punks fuck off. The Dead Kennedys had to make an entire album because there were actual fucking Nazis showing up to their shows thinking that punk music embodied them. No. Real punk music is anti-fucking fascist in every single form. Real punk is anti-fascist. Antifa. Right? Real punk is anti-fascist. They had to make an album letting those people know they're not welcome. Nobody fucking murdered anyone over that shit. Nobody murdered anyone over their fucking skinhead ideals, but I still don't want them at my fucking concert. If I'm speaking from the Dead Kennedys' perspective. That's what I'm getting at. You can be a Nazi without murdering people. You can be a Nazi without murdering a single person. If that's where you draw the line, we have a very different definition of what a Nazi is. But just keep in mind that the world and punk rock has a different definition of what a Nazi is than what you have. The Dead Kennedys had to make an entire album titled Nazi Punks Fuck Off. Those Nazi punks didn't murder anybody, but they're still fucking Nazis. They're still fucking skinheads. See what I'm getting at? Your definition of a Nazi is so specific that nobody would ever qualify until it's a problem. So yeah, car seats, right? Like, you should actually get it at this point. But again, if we don't agree, we can just not agree. But damn it, man. Like, if... I'm sorry, and I saw the message, I had to look. If your definition is that you had to actually murder someone, Fuck, dude. That is such a narrow view of what a Nazi actually is. That is so narrow that you won't actually recognize it until you're also being sent off to the camps. Like, you know? There are definitions that exist, right? None of them include having to actually murder someone. If that is your definition, feel free. That's up to you. But holy shit, dude. That is such a narrow definition that you will never be satisfied until it's too late. Awkward doesn't excuse it. If he had gotten a better reception, he'd be owning that shit. It's the first sentence I read, but I can, like, dude, if that's what you're going to define it by, like, could you have just not used that sentence? You typed the sentence. I didn't type the sentence. You wrote that sentence. You wrote that sentence. I didn't write it. You did. And then your second sentence isn't even remotely close to, like, adding nuance to the statement. Did every single thing they did. Like, dude, like, talented. I see the and there, and, like, dude, that's even more narrow when you consider the logic of an and. Like, not only did they have to actually murder, but they also have to actually do all the other shit too, because of how logic works. You might have wanted to use an or. If you require murdering someone and all the other shit, like, oh my god, that is the narrowest view of what a Nazi is that I can possibly think of. You might have wanted to use or. If you meant and, holy shitballs, man. Like, dude, no one will ever qualify for that at this point. Dude, if you're moving the goalposts about what that is, that's fine, but holy shitballs. Dude, within the first sentence, I can disprove every single thing you're trying to say right now. So instead, I would recommend that you understand what you're actually saying. Because I don't think you do yet either. I really don't think you understand what you're trying to say. There is 3 paragraphs there that I could read, but I can disprove the entire thing by the first sentence. Because that's kind of how logic works. If you're trying to tell me that I'm using your logic against you, you should use your own logic against yourself first. Test that logic. Use your programming brain. Right? Every single conversation about this stuff requires introspection. Do you actually believe what you typed? Or did you just not type it properly enough? I would actually encourage you to please be more introspective. Before you even type a thing, think about it. So, Jianhua, like, I get it, right? Jianhua, like, I don't know, man. Yeah, right? The normal person would say, shit, I fucked up. But you didn't have to add the other, like, his site has that problem. Make a statement that has one clear point. When you muddy it with multiple points, you actually, like, muddy your own point. Like, no. Just make the one point. You didn't need to add that last sentence. He did not do that. It's that simple. Just end it at that. That's the thing that I think most of us actually are having a problem with, like the rhetoric around all of this. People are mixing a bunch of different things into a single statement. Just make the one statement. That statement lives on its own. You don't need to bring other shit into it. That one statement would have been fine. His website definitely has that problem, and he's not doing anything about it. I get that. That's a separate statement. That's a separate argument. Do not mix your arguments. Because you invite... I'm not saying these people, right? Like, I'm not saying anyone who disagrees right now. I'm saying you invite the worst people that aren't here right now, because they wouldn't be here in my chat because they fucking suck, and yeah, I would let them know immediately they're not welcome. Those people would pick apart the thing that isn't even relevant to your main comment. You got to stick to one thing when you argue with those kind of people, because they will just simply use logical fallacies to argue something that you didn't mean because you tried to mix too much shit at once. You got to be really focused in your statements to these people. So yeah, Jianhua, like, I get it. You believe those things, and that's fine, but damn it, man. You cannot mix these messages. Otherwise, you give them room to argue something that you didn't intend. Just say one thing at a time. One single thing at a time, and they can't argue it. That is the way to actually win arguments. This is just debate 101. I've said it like 1,000 times before. I am a fan of debate. I'm a master debater. That's a joke. Wink. Like, come on, phrasing. It's a thing. That was the joke. I'm a master debater, obviously. Duh. Come on, that's a joke. But also, I'm a huge fan of debate. And understanding how to make a cogent argument without muddying it with other arguments is actually, like, the best way you can do a debate. Say the thing you mean, and say one thing at a time. And if they want to argue that, that's up to them. But if you say multiple things at a time, it gives them so much, like, leeway, so much, like, wriggle room to argue the part that you weren't actually clear about. And that's how you lose a debate, because then you're put on the defensive. Your goal is to make a statement, and they have to refute it. If you make multiple statements, they can pick and choose the thing they want to refute. This is debate 101. And this goes for people that disagree with me, too. This is debate 101. You make one statement, and you argue that. %1,000% mango. Yes, if you make too many statements, you make too many arguments, they can pick the one that is the weakest. Exactly. That is how argument and how debate fucking works. And too many people, like, they just haven't done debate formally in a way that matters. I never was on debate club. I love the idea of it. I love the idea of a debate club. A club I gotta go to after school? No, that's my smoking weed time. Hell no. Hell no. But you know what? I like the idea. I'm gonna think about it while I smoke some weed. This is high school me talking right now. You mean a thing I gotta go to after school? No, that's my smoking weed time. I'm sorry. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'll think about it while I smoke some weed. I think making coherent, cogent arguments is one of the best things we can do for each other because it's so easy to muddy that shit on social media. When instead we can say one thing that we want to defend. And that becomes a very clear back and forth. So yeah, anyway, you know, this fucking stoner just likes to rant. Oh, and sorry, so Sonic, no, a goose does not hawk, a goose honks. So no, Sonic, no, it's not hawk to it, it's honk to it. And honestly, honk to it is, that's a thing I'd actually, like, that's a podcast I'd listen to. Honk to it? Nah. Honk to it? Ooh, okay. Huh. Yeah, let's honk to it. So not hawk, honk. Very different things there, Sonic. Honk to it. The Canadian version of honk to it. And can we get someone, like, more agreeable? Who's not gonna do some rug pull, like, crypto coin bullshit? Canada, it's on your plate. We need a honk Tua at the moment. Come on, man. I nominate the main character's sister from Letterkenny. Honk Tua. Who else from Canada could lead a honk Tua? Not hawk, honk, honk, right? Honk Tua podcast. Avril Lavigne? What's she doing lately? I'm sure she needs the money. Dude, that early 2000s like paycheck has got to be running out at this point, right? Unless she's, like, actually smart with her money. And then she's set for life. XQC? Fuck no! Dude, what an asshole. Hell no. Maud Sharon? I don't know who the fuck that is, but okay. Sure, why not? Wrestling stuff. Oh, okay. Wrestling stuff. All right. I think Avril Lavigne is a better Canadian reference. Anyone, like, is there more modern Canadian pop star that we can reference? I'm looking at all y'all, like, I don't know pop music. Fuck if I know, dude. Like, oh my god. Ugh. I was about to make a Celine Dion reference, you know? I was about to make a Celine Dion reference. That shit don't count. Who's, like, the latest Canadian pop star? I need your help. Like, does this joke land? No, Justin Bieber does. Oh, he is Canadian, though, huh? No, I believe it needs to be like a female pop star to fill the void. Is my guess at Avril Lavigne good enough for its fucking tweet? Shit. Two T's? Yeah. Titties? Wait, titties? Tittis? I don't know. We're posting it now. Fuck it. Honk Tua, I think, is an amazing fucking podcast, and how the fuck is there not a Canadian version of that? I'm sorry, Carsees. No, there's nothing productive. Honk Tua is gold. Yeah, right? Like, that might not be productive, but it's amazing. It was for you? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I hope you don't mean that negatively. I mean, I trust you enough that you didn't mean it negatively. Like, if you wanted to be a dick about it, you would. And yeah, like, you've been here long enough that I trust you to not be a dick about it. So yeah, I take it at face value. I'm glad we had a good conversation. Nah, man, like, I get it. I totally get it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, Carsees, I value you. Like, dude, if I had a VIP to give, I don't think I do, but let me just try. Let me just at least try. Because I value you massively. I think I'm out of VIPs. Yeah, see. All right, so I'll have to go look through the list. No, and that's fine. Like, I get it, Carsees. I'm so thankful you didn't. You didn't go off the rails like a couple other people we've had go off the rails. And that's just so much cooler. Like, you, talented, you're great. Like, you're open to disagreeing, and there are so many people that aren't. And I'm open to disagreeing too, as long as we're not dicks about it. And you guys never even came close to that line. So, yeah. You, talented, you guys are great. I really appreciate you. And yeah, again, you don't have to align with what I think. But the fact that you're willing to listen, dude, that speaks volumes. Like, man, thank you, Carsees. I appreciate you. I'll have to look through my list to get rid of the VIPs that just aren't here anymore, that don't follow anymore. Like, you know, that shit happens, right? VIPs just stop following. That does happen. And yeah, I might be able to free up a VIP here soon. I'm not going to do it tonight. I don't know. We'll see. But again, thank you for being cool, Carsees. I appreciate that. And talented. Like, dude, thank you for being cool, too. Like, I was shouting both of you out. as being awesome. Like, we can disagree. We can disagree and still be friends. As long as we don't go over the line. And that line is being, like, overly personal and just talking some shit. And I'll admit, I've done that in the past, too. Talented. I don't mind. PHP's fine, dude. You haven't been listening if you think I'm anti-Laravel in some way. I just don't use it on a regular basis. Back in the day, I built major API stuff with Symfony, right? Like, yeah, like, dude, Laravel's fine, man. I was okay. Like, there's that Doobie Brothers song, like, Jesus is just all right with me. Yeah, same. But also, Laravel's just all right with me, too. I don't have to believe it. I don't have to be a fucking fan. But it's just all right with me. Laravel's just all right with me. Laravel's just all right. Oh, yeah. I don't have to be a believer to recognize that it's, you know, it's good enough. Like, some people can do it. As long as you understand the use case for a kappa. And here on Twitch, right? Just consider that here on Twitch, the kappa fills the same void as the /s on Reddit. Right? Kappa is a way to indicate that you're not necessarily fully serious about the statement you're making. As long as you understand that, you know enough emotes to not, like, it doesn't matter. Just please understand the use case of a kappa, and you're fucking set, dude. Like, as far as I'm concerned. Well, dude, hold on. Let's just say that's something that we're not trying to open up a debate or conversation about. Regardless of the kappa, that shit was over the line. Because I don't want to have a conversation about that. You might have kappaed it. I don't care. I'm sorry. That's not a conversation we're trying to have. It's not even about too soon. It doesn't matter when it happens. No, that shit, I don't want that conversation, dude. We're not going to have that conversation here. We can disagree, and if you want to chat about that, we can do it. I'm not sure I agree with the statement, but I think that was hyperbole for sure. It was so hyperbolic that it's not even realistic because nobody's advocating for that. Not a single human being is advocating for that. There's not a single person that's trying to argue the opposite of their statement. Like, I know what they said, right? That's why it was kappa. Like, no, talented. I'm sorry. You still don't understand the use case of a kappa. The kappa fills the void of, I'm just being sarcastic. But there are some statements that are so extreme that, no, nobody wants to argue that. And nobody is actually arguing that. Like, not a single human being that disagrees with whatever your take is on that is actually advocating for the thing that you were making a joke about. Like, not a single human being thinks that's the way to go. Sorry. There might be some people, but they don't speak for the majority there. No cap might actually be related to no kappa. Yeah, I think they're actually related. I don't know, because I can't speak on top of the Zoomers these days. But yes, when you put a kappa after a statement, it does kind of mean that you don't mean what you're saying. And when someone says no cap, they mean what they're saying. So whether they are directly related, they are at least somewhat related. I don't know if no cap comes from kappa, but at this point it doesn't matter, right? The origin doesn't matter. The intent is what matters. I do actually think it comes from Twitch, but I have no idea. I'm not trying to debate the origin. The interpretation and how people perceive it is actually more important than what you intended, right? The majority of language is not about what you're trying to say. It's about how people perceive it. That's actually how that works. You need to actually phrase things in a way that you want it to be perceived, not by what you mean. Because your intentions are less meaningful than how people interpret it. Which is why I called out the gesture earlier. It's not about his intention. It's about how it's perceived. Right? Intention doesn't matter. Perception matters. Right? The worst things in history have been done with the best intentions. Intention is meaningless. The result and the perception of it are more important. Intentions don't fucking matter. Anyway, yeah, we're getting way off track. At the end of the day, we observed that, yeah, like ATProto and sipping from the fire hose works really well, and like you will get a response within like a minute. And it's actually like quicker than that in most cases, which is kind of fucking cool, dude. But what we need to actually start thinking about is how we could turn this into a thing that is a service. Yeah, the fire hose thing is fucking amazing. Like, this is really cool. Within 25 lines of code, we're able to listen to every single fucking message coming through Blue Sky. That's fucking amazing. That is so goddamn cool. Like, I don't know if anyone realizes that. Like, that is so fucking cool. I wish Twitter still had that. They used to. They totally used to. But then they locked it down. And they locked it down before Elon, but the API was still more open before Elon. But again, like, they had locked it down ahead of time. When you recognize that the main person behind Blue Sky was Jack Dorsey, he was the person behind the original fire hose of Twitter. Yeah, that dude is massively into the idea of just like open data, open fucking discourse, open everything, man. I mean, I'm still running it. Like, I could kill it and restart it. I do maybe want to hop over to gaming and, like, you know, I want to eat some chicken pot pies. I mean, talented. Keep in mind, all I did was copy and paste this. You could build this and test it yourself. All I did was copy and paste a thing on their own fucking website. Sorry, hold on. Nope, not pronounceable. No, I'm interested in doing it a little bit, but I do want to wrap up and play some gaming tonight. Now, whether Robotic Head is available for much longer, that's a separate thing. But yeah, I want to hop over to gaming, and I don't necessarily want to look at this shit while I'm gaming, you know? So I could commit what I got. I don't have a repo for it yet. Honestly, what I built is so easy, right? Like npm js ATProto sync, right? Like this is the repo that I got the entire like base snippet from. So if it's something you want to do, cool. If it's something you want to wait until I come back to it eventually, maybe, sure, we can do that. My goal is to actually figure out how to scale this thing to like many consumers. And that part is way tougher. And that's where like I would lean on LG. If you want to build a service around this, I think there could be some value, but also I could just launch it and do it, and fuck it, why not? I don't think I want to do it with serverless, so we're going to build it out like server full. But yeah, I think there's some way to do this in the right way. You're right. Like, do it in a way where it doesn't scale, and if it gets traction, then we can figure out scaling at that point. Yeah, I agree. I'm still tempted to do it with Gleam or Elixir. But again, LG, if you're out there, I'm open to pairing, but if you don't respond, I get it. I'll just do it myself. Fuck it. I can do it myself. Shit, hold on. I can do it myself. I can do it myself. All right, yeah. Fish On's a fine song. Let's go raid someone. Who are we gonna go raid? Who's streaming right now? Who's even... Oh, you know what? Hold on. Is Evils Presley actually going? Is she actually live? All right, so it's a Saturday night. We're going to do whatever we want. We're going to go raid Evils Presley because I think they're still live right now. And yeah, you know what? I met them at TwitchCon and they were super fucking cool. Like, they do all sorts of stuff. They were doing artwork streams. They play Elden Ring. They do, like, whatever. They're currently just chatting. My chicken pot pies are announcing that they're ready. We got 5 minutes or so. It's fine. We're gonna go raid Evils Presley. As long as I can actually type their name properly, because the last time I tried, I fucked it up. That's their fucking icon. I see it. All right, cool. So, YouTube, yes, we ranted, we chill, we do our thing, and yes. Dude, the chicken pot pie smells so good. Oh my god. Yeah. This is going to be a delicious meal. I hope Robotic Head is okay with just like a 2-hour stream, maybe 3. If not, I get it. We went way later than I normally do on a Saturday. But we also just had a really good stream. So yeah, Robotic Head, I totally understand if you got shit to do. 2 hours of Divinity Original Sin sounds good to me. Maybe 3 hours, up to you. I got these pot pies to eat as well. Leak code? Oh, I don't know. Like that's I don't know, man. We're not trying to answer that question at the moment. We're wrapping up, okay? We're chilling. I got nothing planned tomorrow. Yeah, daylight savings time is gonna fuck me. That's fine. But yeah, YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I know we ranted, we raved, we chilled. I'm sorry for it, but also I'm not that sorry. So yeah.